going to go ahead and just hit the record now so I don't forget later. Good morning, Joe, Nora, Andrea. As we have our participants join, I'm just going to do quick sound checks with folks. Andrea, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Morning.
Joseph Yoren, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you, Andy.
Good morning. Dick Vanderschaff. He looks like he's still connecting to audio. How about Nora?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning, Nora.
Good morning.
And Jamie Faraday, can you hear us?
Loud and clear.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
We're still having some more folks join us, so we're in a holding pattern. Jim Carlson, just doing a sound check with you. Can you hear us? Let's confirm that you can unmute.
I'm unmuted, I hope.
There you are. Good morning, Jim.
All right. Hey, thanks for letting me in.
Yep. Dick Vanderschaff. Good morning.
I'm here. Andy, you're looking trim.
Yes, I got to reset. All this hot weather. Tell you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are still waiting for some more folks to join us. Let's see, I'm expecting about 20 people today in addition to us as staff. Laurel, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
All right, good morning.
Morning.
Gina, can you hear us? Just doing a quick sound check. And Larry, can you hear us? Let's do a quick sound check with you as well. You're on mute. Let's make sure we can. Gina, let's do a quick sound check with you as well. Make sure I can hear you.
Oh, sorry, Andy. I had to get back to the screen.
Good
Can you
morning.
hear me?
I can hear you
Morning.
loud and clear. And how about you, Larry? Looks like you're
Good to
unmuted.
go. Thanks,
All right.
Andy.
Good morning. All right, we've got a few others joining, but I think we are about at the time that we should get moving. Wait for Tom to fully connect to audio. There's Tom, connected to audio. Let's do a quick sound check with you, Tom.
Check 1, 2.
All right, loud and clear.
Looking all cleaned up there, Andy.
Thank you. Yep, it is too hot to carry all that extra hair. And also, if you have not yet seen Moses, he also got a reboot.
Well, I had a big milestone birthday last week, so I figured I should mark the occasion by knowing what I look like these days.
Nice. Looking good.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. I'm expecting Charlie to join, and I will admit him when he does. But I want to honor everyone's time today, and I want to thank you for being here. And Patty, why don't you give us a brief welcome?
Sure. Well, welcome everybody. I'm Patty Snow. I'm the Ocean and Coastal Services Division Manager at Department of Land Conservation and Development. And just wanted to thank you, everyone, for coming here and joining us for this workshop today. I know we've got members of the work group, the Rocky Habitat Work Group, that have been meeting together for a number of years now, folks who submitted proposals for Rocky Habitat designations, and then also interested public. We have at least 2 members of OPAC here, so really appreciate everybody's commitment to this very important process. So today we're going to be doing a number of things. We're going to provide an overview of the proposal process, provide an overview of the survey results, of the post-process survey results that many of you submitted, so we're really pleased about that. We want to gather feedback and input on process improvements that we can do to inform the TSP Part 3, Section E and Appendix C in particular. And those amendments will be considered by OPAC later this year. And finally, we want to gather feedback and input on how we can look at the habitat sites that were proposed that need further evaluation and what that process should look like. So we're looking forward to participation of most of the day. Take most of the day today. Really appreciate your time and your input, and look forward to spending at least part of the day with you today. So thank you, everyone. Back to Andy.
Yeah, thank you, Patty. So I'm going to just do a brief high-level summary of how we're going to spend our time today. We have structured things with a little bit of a regroup and a reminder about our process, from a big overview perspective, and then we'll dive into the details of what we heard from our survey, as well as, we have a public comment letter that was submitted by a group of the proposers who got together and all provided a single comment letter with a number of points. And then we're going to go into breakouts. Those breakouts will cover the same topics. We just wanted to create a smaller kind of group to allow everyone more opportunity to provide their perspectives, and so that we can hear from everyone and everyone has a little bit more of a chance to help us create the findings. Those are going to be focused around the big topics of proposal formation and submission, proposal evaluation, the proposal process writ large, so the things that don't fit neatly into either of those first 2 categories. And then the 4th breakout group will be for the sites under further evaluation, or as they were formerly known, our continuing consultation sites. We will conclude, and I guess we should mention that we intend to pull everyone back together with about 15 minutes at the end of each kind of breakout time so that the groups can report out and so that we can hear a high-level summary of what the discussion included, and we can get a sense of the comments that have some of the highest points of agreement. And then kind of after we've gone through all of the breakouts, we'll pull people back together and give a brief summary of our next items in the process, as well as any comments or any last thoughts that we need to wrap up. At the end of this, and we've arranged with Frank and Sea Grant to actually write up a report of the findings for the workshop. And then, as I will discuss later, that will inform the rest of our work. So because we have about 20 people, and I think it's important to do so, I'm actually going to have everyone do a brief introduction so that we all have names and faces together. And then I will proceed with the rest of our agenda. And I will go ahead and be the MC here and call you out as you appear on my screen. And just your name, your organization, and your favorite intertidal plant or invertebrate. Okay. Frank, I'm going to put you on the spot and have you go first, since you're going to be kind of our lead facilitator and moderator today. So why don't I start with you?
Hey, thank you, Andy. My name is Frank Burris. I'm a watershed management educator with Oregon State University and Oregon Sea Grant. And my favorite intertidal organisms are nematodes.
Thank you. Patty, why don't you go ahead next?
Sure. I'm Patty Snow. I'm the Ocean Coastal Services Division Manager at DLCD, and my favorite intertidal creature is the sea star.
Moses.
Hi, folks. I'm Michael Moses, former Rocky Shores Coordinator, current Estuarine Resilience Coordinator at Department of Land Conservation and Development. And my favorite intertidal organism would be Zostra marina seagrass.
Excellent. Steve Griffith.
I'm Steve Griffiths, and I'm with the Lincoln City Audubon, and my favorite creature in the tide poodles are the sea anemones.
Thank you. Kent.
I'm Kent Doty. I work with Lincoln City Audubon on the proposals, and my favorite intertidal creature would have to be the sunflower star.
Excellent. Marcus.
So I had to unmute there. Marcus Chatfield. I'm the Rocky Shores Coordinator at Department of Land Conservation and Development, and my favorite organism is Pacific dulls.
Great. Dawn.
Dawn Viascusa with Lincoln City Audubon, and I guess the sea star.
Thank you. Jim Carlson. Oh, you're on mute, Jim.
Jim Carlson, Coast Range Association, and I've been working with Audubon and Lincoln City on a proposal. And my favorite little critter is a sea anemone, just like Steve.
Thank you. Dick Vanderschaff.
Morning, Dick Vanderschaff with the Nature Conservancy. I represent conservation interests on the working group, and one of my favorites is feather boa algae.
That's a good one. Larry.
Good morning, Larry Bash, South Coast Rocky Shores Group, and I guess if I had to pick a favorite, it would be Postelsia palmiformis, the sea palm.
Jamie.
Jamie Faraday, OPAC member, Coastal at Large, and my favorite would have to be the kelp crab, which is the icon for Oregon Institute of Marine Biology, where I attended.
Thank you. Tom?
Oh, hi, Tom Calvanese here. I'm the
station manager for the Port Orford Field Station, coordinator of the Oregon Kelp Alliance, and member of the Rocky Habitat Working Group to focus on research. And I got to go with a fish for my favorite, and that would be the monkey-faced prickleback.
Excellent. Andrea.
Morning, everybody. Andrea Celentano, Policy and Legislative Analyst for the Oregon Department of State Lands. And I'm going to say sea otters. I know that they are not exclusive to the intertidal, but they do exist there, and they are like one of my favorite animals ever. So I'm going to just say that.
Okay, Laurel.
Morning, everybody. Laurel Hillman, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, Ocean Shore Resource Specialist. I don't know favorites. There's so many. I really like nudibranchs, all the nudibranchs. The frosted nudibranch is particularly beautiful.
Thank you, Laurel. Scott.
I'd have to say mussels. I like mussels because they feed people.
Yes.
And I'm the
yeah, there you go.
member of the Rocky Habitat Working Group representing public at large.
Thank you. Nora. Still on mute. There you go.
I'm with the Audubon Society of Lincoln City, and I'm also a fan of nudibranchs, and let's go with the sorcerer's nudibranch.
Oh, that's one I haven't heard of before. Charlie.
I'm Charlie Plyben. I'm with Surfrider Foundation. I also served as a chair on the Rocky Habitat Working Group. And gosh, I was struck by the number of people who use genus and species to name their favorite critter, and B, the number of people that named algae. I just like, Gail Hansen would be proud. There's just you don't hear that often, so that was kind of cool. We have an educated crowd with us, and I appreciate that. I'm going to fall in line with my last few here, nudibranchs, and I don't have exactly a favorite. Maybe a clown nudibranch. They're kind of cool. You don't see them often, but yeah, I know maybe cliche, but that's what I like.
Thanks, Charlie. Dave Fox.
Yeah, hi. This is Dave Fox with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I've been on the Rocky Shores Working Group. And I'd say my favorite is gumboot chiton.
Gina Carter.
This is Gina Carter with the Nature Conservancy, and I'm going to go with sea anemones. I especially like when they collect all the debris and the shell bits and everything, and I just think it's kind of funny.
Thank you, Gina. And Dennis.
Yeah, hi, Dennis White, working with Lincoln City Audubon, and I also work with the Otter Rock Marine Reserve Group. And I guess I would have to say the thing I spend the most time on is the oyster catcher, black oyster catcher. So I have to go with that. It's where my time goes a lot. So
Thank you. Did I miss anyone? Some of you are moving around as videos got turned on and off. I think I got everyone. Okay. Well, my name's Andy Lear. I'm the Marine Affairs Coordinator for DLCD, and I also like to look for little gems of the intertidal, which I think of as the nudibranchs, especially the Hermesinda. They're some of my favorites. And with that, I just want to thank you all for being here. I'm going to move us into our next presentation, which is going to be a brief overview of our process. And it looks like Nora dropped off, and I got to add her back in again. Okay. Hopefully I don't have anything obscuring my screen, and you're now seeing the update process slide. Correct. Great. All right. Well, we are kind of closing out some of the last pieces of work for the amendments to Territorial Sea Plan Part 3. It has been a multi-year process, starting from the public scoping exercises that we initiated and completed in 2016, 2017 to the amendment of our sections of text, the creation of our initial public process for site designations, and then running that process. And we are now kind of rounding the corner, working on kind of the last components of the amendment, and that is to understand how we can make improvements to the proposal process. So while it has been a multiple year exercise, we are focusing in today really on that last part. And the conducting the pilot process took a little bit longer than we expected. Obviously, we were in unprecedented circumstances given our ongoing situation with the pandemic. But I feel proud of the body of work that the state has conducted so far, and this is another opportunity to continue to improve, and that's really valuable. We're all here because we care deeply about the environment that we have been focused on, and that is the Rocky Intertidal, as evidenced, as Charlie mentioned, by the genus and or species names that many of us provided when we talked about our Rocky Shore organisms. So we're here today to focus really on two components, and that is Section E of Part 3 and Appendix C. And Appendix C is really just a repeat of the proposal content and questionnaire, while Section E is a broad kind of summary of what we envisioned that to be, as was described before we actually implemented it. And so as I look holistically at these sections, the first Section E, we described the fact that we wanted to build into Part 3 a proposal process whereby we could, as a state, recognize the need for, and on a much more frequent basis than had been happening in the past, create an opportunity to amend our site habitat designations. So we created an approach. We said we would pilot that process. And then we said we would take a look at what we've learned from that process and figure out how we could make it better. But the end goal is that we still have documented and established a process which we called the maintenance proposal process, and I'm open to renaming that for sure. A process by which we will make it possible on an annual or biannual basis for communities and groups to continue to bring ideas forward about improvements to site habitat management designations as they exist within the territorial sea. So a lot of what we're going to focus in on today is our initial proposal process. That includes how we communicated with our entities, how we worked to pull together the information, how the products that we use to generate a proposal or to help our community groups generate a proposal, the types of information and the types of assessment that
Andy, you went quiet.
Oh, sorry.
Did we lose you?
I'm still here.
Oh, we got you back.
Okay, maybe I'm going to stop my video if I'm having bandwidth issues. Hopefully that will improve things. I don't know where I left off. Are you hearing me okay for now?
Okay.
Yeah, okay, great. So we are going to focus in on our initial proposal process. We have really, I think, an opportunity to evaluate the first 3 steps in what we provided in Section E, which is how a proposal is built, what we use to review it, and then how that fits within the broader process that is established in the state for amending the territorial sea plan. So that's really what we're going to focus on. We have an opportunity to identify and and work on how we describe that in section E of part 3. And I envision there to be some significant potential edits to this section, which will come from an agency staff kind of review of all of the findings that we've had in our workshop today, with draft amendments to the section that we will provide and to OPAC and to our public following the workshop. The last section of part E really provides some of the contextual surroundings. So we talk about the fact that we were operating and conducting this initial pilot proposal process in the context of a 10-year marine reserves evaluation. We document kind of the habitats we were focused on and their relationship to each other. And we talk about general criteria that are used. So we're going to dive deep into some of these things as we move forward. Section C, or Appendix C, which provides, the proposal template form that we used in the initial proposal process. You can see the big kind of contextual buckets here. One of the things that I will want to focus on and listen very adeptly to are the value of each of these kind of topics as a part of proposal generation and submission and evaluation. And our challenge was that as we were conducting our pilot process, we were still generating the materials to use in that process. So building the plane while we were flying it is probably never a good idea, but yet we still had to create a model and test the model. And, so that was the challenge. And as we move forward, what we want to do is identify the different elements of our plane that worked. We want to correct and improve elements that didn't quite work. So I want to briefly touch on the resources that we made available for different parts of our process. On the kind of left side of the graphic here, the group icon can either represent an individual, because we did have individuals, or groups of people who came together with an idea, and we provided resources to help them in the construction of their proposals. Those resources included a one-pager, which documented kind of where the materials were, frequently asked questions. So it provided some of the context within which we were making the amendments as a part of our Part 3 exercise. We had them use the Oregon Sea Sketch tool as one of the principal components of forming the proposals. As such, we provided user guides as well as a Word document for the proposal templates, so that individuals or groups could have some of the background information or other contextual information. And then we as an agency, DLCD, collected those submissions. We then published what we collected both on Sea Sketch and on the Oregon Ocean Information website, which has been our kind of facilitation website for our process to date. So those are kind of big, broad elements of our proposal. As I mentioned earlier, the resources that you see kind of on the bottom were all built while we were attempting to conduct and run the process. Moving on, after receiving the proposals, DLCD worked to distribute those along with an agency review form and the reports and the proposal kind of maps within Sea Sketch to create a proposal evaluation packet that we forwarded on to the Rocky Habitat Working Group. We also created the Working Group Evaluation Review Form, which provided an objective and repeatable way for members of our working group to look at the different elements within the proposals, and also to be able to understand contextually some of the other pieces of information around that. So the C-Sketch tool allowed us to look at some of the other data and information of adjacent sites or adjacent management areas. And so the working group used those materials to then create a recommendation that it sent to OPAC. And you'll notice that the size of these groups increases because the size of the actual group considering the materials increased as well. And the information that was presented to OPAC was summarized in a briefing document that included the working group recommendations. And that briefing document was really an encapsulation of all of the body of work that had been conducted to date. So while it's summarized here in a single document, it includes the public comment record for each of the steps. It included the evaluation forms from the agencies and the working group. It included a C-Sketch version of the sites and the reports. So a large body of material that the Ocean Policy Advisory Council reviewed during their meeting. So those were the big broad steps and the primary resources that we made available. And one of the things that we've heard, and one of the things that I will want to be sure that we focus on, is making sure that in each of our proposal elements, we have a documented and predetermined set of criteria for which all proposals would be evaluated. This is what we built and that we used in this pilot process. It certainly has room for improvement, but it does provide that framework that we used. And it include all of these sections, goals, results, and outcomes, site uses, what natural resources or what existing management was in a place, what non-regulatory management mechanisms could be included as a part of a proposal, stakeholder engagement, any other information, right? So this was the universe of information that we, the Rocky Habitat Working Group, were looking at when we worked to produce our recommendations. So thinking about the future, we just went through a process whereby the Rocky Habitat Working Group was kind of a, for lack of a better term, a technical and policy evaluation group. And as a part of our recommendations into the future, we need to understand, is this something that we want to repeat? Is this something that we can maybe provide through some other kind of function as we work to improve our process? Finally, we do have a little bit of unfinished business in that there were a set of proposals that were identified as having merit but needing some additional work. Really, the continuing consultation bucket, we're going to be transitioning to call that the further sites under further evaluation. What we proposed is that sometime this fall or winter or early spring, we host a workshop per proposal that includes agencies, the proposers, and interested members of the public to focus on what the unresolved considerations were, and those were identified in the evaluation summaries per each site. We would document kind of the summary of what happened at the workshop, including whether or not those unresolved considerations had some sort of resolution or solutions proposed or agreements between entities about how a site could move forward. And then at the end of that process, OPAC would be provided with the findings from each of those workshops. And they would be able to consider those either at the spring 2022 meeting, or they would be able to come back to OPAC at the fall. So we want to talk a little bit about how we come to resolution on these sites under further evaluation. And they are this list of sites. And we can talk about or view any of those, but I would really like to focus in general on the process used and the kind of envisioned outcomes from that exercise. So sites for further evaluation is certainly something that we want to get your perspective on today. That will happen towards kind of the end of the day after we've talked about the other elements of our proposal process, forming and evaluating it. And at this time, I'll take any questions, and I'm going to let Marcus go ahead and share his screen and present to you the results of the survey that we implemented and many of you filled out. Are there any questions? Okay. Go ahead, Marcus, take it away.
All right, everybody. Can you guys hear me? Sorry.
Yes, we can.
All right, and can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Just a couple of points before I start the slides. There's a lot of slides here, and they have a lot of information on them. I'm not going to be going over everything in detail. I won't be reading every quote because I'm going to try and go quickly because it's kind of a lot of information. But I urge all of you to check out the survey results online so that you can get like the most detail and see all the comments in their entirety. And also we were informed that the copy of the survey results that we posted online were missing one set of results. The survey results in this presentation have been updated, and we are working on updating the results posted online. We just got to get that up there. Okay, so we're just going to jump into the working group survey results. And so the first question was about how many hours they spent on the following tasks. And we can see that most of their time was spent on reading and evaluating proposals. That was the bulk majority of the working group's time. And then also reading and evaluating supporting materials, you know, kind of was up there. And then on to the next. Which ones did they value the most when considering recommendation decisions? So the written proposal itself, the application itself, the agency analysis, and then the management measures, regulatory and non-regulatory, and the explanation of stakeholder engagement, and then other materials that supported the agency feasibility analysis were the results. We only had 4 people who took this survey, so we kind of only have 4 perspectives on this out of the 12 people in the working group. And then which elements of the proposal material did you value least when considering? And the number of additional site supporters. The nomination form on C-Sketch was really redundant. It had a lot of the same information. And then support letters that were form letters, and once again, repetition was talked about. The most challenging elements of the proposal to evaluate, and should they be revised or removed from future iterations of the process. So redundancy in the nomination form, it was difficult to compare and contrast proposals. Scientific criteria were hard to evaluate for people who weren't scientists, so they had to rely on the agencies. And also the elements about the group's ability to achieve the goals on this of the site. Those were big ones. How should future iterations of the process treat these elements you listed in the previous question? So like a streamlined agency feasibility review should be established that focuses on relevant information to each managing agency. One member said that item 3A of the regulations and enforcement section needs to be a separate section on par with the non-regulatory management sections, with instructions that ensure clear descriptions. Once again, they've talked about the redundancy, and so tightening up the nomination form, and then having workshops with the agencies. What elements of the proposal material surprised you the most? The most common response, basically everybody said this, was the length of the proposals. There was a lot of material for people to review. How should future iterations of the process treat these elements? So the information could be used to support long-term coastwide planning, change the content questions to eliminate repetition, set an overall page limit. That was mentioned a couple of times, setting a page limit to reduce the amount of material. What were the most important elements of the evaluation process that helped you make your recommendation decisions? Would a particular site designation lead to better protection or conservation and awareness of rocky habitats? Examining the site in the larger landscape of rocky habitat and the existing protections, and then drawing on knowledge of working group members and elements that discuss management tools, regulatory and non-regulatory. What, if any, elements of the proposals were largely or completely absent that would have made the decisions easier? Open communication, that's another theme that kind of comes out in a lot of these questions. Time is another one, and agency communication between the agency and proposers is kind of the third. Those are the kind of big main things that came out. And then analysis of the site in the landscape context, description of the need for the regulatory measures, and revisit existing designations to address boundaries or management. In what ways did the findings of the agency feasibility and completeness analysis aid your recommendation decisions? If an overriding finding in the agency feasibility analysis was that agencies weren't currently funded or focused on management, then that would be a strong statement for what rocky habitats may need well beyond just new designations. Too much agency dependence on there being volunteer groups to do the work. Hearing the other agencies' perspectives and concerns was essential to this person's decision making. And key feasibility findings helped demonstrate what was not legal or within the ability of an agency. What were the most influential aspects of the working group discussions on your recommendation decisions? Feasibility analysis was a big one, and support, and then the perspectives of other agencies involved. How confident were you in your final recommendation decisions? So 2 were somewhat confident, 1 was neither confident or not confident, and 1 respondent skipped this question. What, if anything, could have increased your confidence in the final recommendations? I think the 2 sites that were advanced as recommended for designation were solid proposals. The numerous sites that were put in the continuing consultation category, which came about virtually at the last meeting of the process, is where my confidence is lessened. And then more clarity on the consensus and voting process were the 2 big answers there. Given a revised process with a longer timeline for evaluation, what would be a reasonable number of proposals? And we had anything from 4 to 8 kind of thrown out there, but one person did say, I'm not sure how we would limit the number of public submissions unless we are soliciting for specific sites or had a plan for prioritizing certain areas. So consultation with agency representatives and working group members has been proposed as a necessary element to include in future iterations of the process prior to full proposal development. In what ways would inclusion of the initial consultation have potentially influenced your evaluations? I think we would have had better proposals if we had upfront working meetings with proposers, have proposals go through an agency process before work group members get them. I think we would have needed to have a recommendation about this. I think we wouldn't have needed to have a recommendation about the 6 sites for further evaluation if they had the agency consultation. And I think it would have been helpful and added clarity to the intent of a proposal. So several cross-cutting or coast-wide issues were identified from the proposals that are ubiquitous in many rocky habitat regions of the coast and are likely to persist to some extent indefinitely as populations, tourism and recreation grow. How would you recommend these issues are addressed? These are clearly agency issues that OPAC should be calling for more agency focus and funding to address. The agencies like state parks absolutely need more rangers in the field talking with visitors. They also need the power to do citations if they don't have it. Capacity needs to be addressed with increased agency funding. Wildlife disturbance issues are complex and will require a multifaceted approach. A lot of calls for more funding for agencies to tackle these came up. What would you say are the most important lessons learned through your participation in this process? That 25 years is too long a time to fine-tune the territorial sea plan. Coastal habitats deserve more closer attention in the future as climate change and shifting population demographics of our state will put more strain on these critical areas. Clear guidelines for decision-making is important. Strong facilitation is important. Ample public input is crucial. And people are passionate about this. Everyone here in this meeting today is passionate about this. Everybody who is part of the working group, lots of members of the public are passionate about this. Adaptive management is critical to the creation of a workable process. Adaptive management will also need to continue into the future to improve the process. And then if there was anything that they'd like to share, the one person who did share said, I want to recognize the interest and effort of the public in this process. We made a lot of demands on the public under very challenging circumstances, and they showed great drive working toward the common goal of protection of our rocky habitats in Oregon. The public deserves our appreciation for their work. And then on to the proposer public surveys. There were 16 people who responded to this survey. What role did they play? 7 of them were proposers, so 43.75%. 7 were members of the public, and 2 were actually working group members. So what was your knowledge of or experience with the Oregon Territorial Sea Plan's Rocky Habitat Management Strategy prior to becoming involved with the site designation proposal? So about 50% of the respondents had very little or no knowledge. One person had some knowledge, and a little less than half had good experience, or good or excellent knowledge or experience. The primary motivating factors for spending your personal time and energy developing a site designation proposal, the overwhelming thing was protecting habitats and biodiversity, and then it was also applicable to some of the respondents' jobs. And then a couple of people there were just concerned citizens. Approximately how many hours did they spend on each of these sections? And so we can see that the sections that required the most amount of time were communicating with staff and stakeholder engagement, as well as research and actually writing the proposal, whereas the C-Sketch proposal form and site design didn't take nearly as much of people's time. And then, sorry, I'm not able to see things because of my, how many hours would they estimate that they spent on each of these following tasks? And so the largest one was community and stakeholder outreach and engagement with 700 plus hours. So that was the main thing that spent time. And then writing and communicating with agency staff and working group were still pretty high up there with the over 250 hours in some cases. Please rate the level of difficulty you had experience using the Rocky Habitat web mapping tool. And so it was pretty, it was kind of spread out across the board here, with it being somewhere between somewhat easy and somewhat difficult, with 9 respondents kind of being there towards the middle. Some of the positives that were said about that inform people's answer to the last question. So for the ones who had an easy time, they said it was a great resource, easy to use, and that the technical assistance from DLCD was outstanding. But there were a lot of negatives that were talked about as well. Gaps in information, too much redundancy, bad data was provided, particularly the invertebrate harvest data, and that the drafts and C-Sketch should be saved under a different format. There were formatting limitations, a single author limitation. There was a couple of issues like that. So the most challenging aspects of developing your proposal, generally it was understanding rules and regulations, and researching and gathering information were the two biggest boxes here. But that was followed pretty closely by outreach and engagement, and communicating with agency staff. Why were your selections, the previous question, the most challenging for developing a proposal? Outreach to scientists took a long time. The pandemic had lengthened the time for all outreach aspects. Outreach was difficult due to politics in some cases. Historic documents had to be sought out, and agency representatives were not available. Those were some of the responses. What were the most challenging aspects of the proposal evaluation process? Here it was understanding the evaluation process and understanding the working group decision making. And then other challenges that were cited is that there was a lack of consistency by DLCD, the working group, and OPAC in evaluating the proposals. The proposals were much longer than they needed to be, greatly increasing the time for review, being expected to be available all day for meetings at a fairly short notice, and the evaluation process having no formal rubric or scoring system. So why were your selections in the previous question the most challenging? The process continued to evolve, often in real time during meetings, and many times without any clear leader, plan, or outcome. There was a lot of redundant questions. The time frame for evaluation was very short for the amount of proposals, and that the evaluation process was confusing for working group members as well as proposers. And then the inability to have a dialogue between proposers and working group or agency staff. What elements of the Rocky Habitat Site Management Designation proposal process are still unclear to you? And this is kind of a lot of what we're talking about today. How will the continuing consultation process work? Is the agency going to implement objective evaluation metrics? How will the designations be implemented and supported by on-the-ground activities? What sort of enforcement will be put in place? How will educational sites be supported? The agency feasibility and completeness analysis evaluated proposals based on the completeness of information, jurisdiction and authority, implementation, feasibility, programmatic and budgetary impacts, etc. What, if any, additional criteria should agency staff consider when analyzing future proposals? So protection of biodiversity and giving more attention to wildlife than extractive activities. Access issues to sites, public use of the site over time, willingness of the public to voluntarily steward the site. Formal readiness assessment should be considered for fully developed proposals. DLCD should consider inviting the public to submit a pre-application readiness review for initial screening and feedback. Site merit is natural resource values versus the value to users. Its alignment with the territorial C plan, etc. The working group evaluation included an evaluation criteria matrix anchored in each section. What, if any, additional criteria should be used to evaluate in the future? Once again, protection and enhancement of biodiversity, the severity and scope of keystone habitat destruction, history of conservation proposals at the site, public use of the site over time and projected future, willingness of the public to voluntarily steward the site, recommend using individual management principles and policies as the criterion, and a scoring rubric to measure how well the proposal achieves the criterion. Proposal value with respect to community education and recruitment for stewardship of coastal ecology and wildlife. So what elements of the process surprised you the most? That no proposers chose to modify existing sites. the lack of organized scientific and regulatory information from the state provided to site proposers, that budget and staffing limitations were used as a reason to not implement designations, the compressed time frame for evaluation, the lack of coordination between agencies, the lack of quantifiable criteria being applied in a consistent manner. There are a lot. I really suggest you look at this question in the survey results online. Question 16, consultation with agency representatives and working group members has been proposed as a necessary element. Do you think your proposal would have received different initial or final recommendations had this element been included during the process? And overwhelmingly, respondents said yes. Two of the respondents said no. One of the respondents said probably. They did not submit a proposal themselves. And 6 of the respondents said that it did occur, and it just didn't. It didn't make much difference. The working group recommended. Oops, sorry about that, everyone. Recommended six of the proposals receive further consultation. What do you think this consultation should look like? Address the parts of proposals that were problematic in a small group setting. There should be some concrete reasons set out for why each of the proposals needs further evaluation. Evaluate them after we're done with Section E and Appendix C being finalized with full public input and approved by OPAC. The decision process regarding recommendations to OPAC should be clearly defined prior to evaluating the 6 proposals. And that the group should be larger than the small group of people who wrote the proposal and should include people familiar with the sites and agency reps who manage the sites. So several cross-cutting and coast-wide issues that we talked about in the other survey as well. We asked people in this survey, how would you recommend these issues be addressed? We need to limit access to rocky habitat regions of the coast, perhaps a permit system. These might be well addressed by a subcommittee and OPAC with outside help from agencies and the public and stakeholders. Agency capacity needs to be built to address these issues either directly or through the use of volunteers. What would you say are the most important lessons learned through your participation in this process? Having a defined process well thought out ahead of time is critical. Allow for early and thorough interaction among proposers and agency staff. Mismanagement of processes like this run the risk of discouraging community participation in the future. Outreach and coordination with stakeholders is critical. Having tribal involvement throughout the process is needed. And then if there was anything else that people would like to share, the answers to that were that all the comments received by the agency should be shared publicly and in their entirety. We will not improve the process or learn from it if agency staff clean up the responses. And look forward to DLCD really listening to the public and taking recommendations seriously so we can work together to develop a great evaluation and proposal process for the long term. And with that, I'm gonna pass it back to Andy.
Thank you, Marcus. So we are going to hear more from our proposers during a public comment period. But I want to go ahead and just give everyone the opportunity for a 5-minute bio break. So why don't we go ahead and do that right now and aim to reconvene at just after 10 o'clock. And Kent, if you are there, why don't we do a screen share test? So that we can have your comments available.
Can you? Oh.
Kent, if you are back, you want to see if you can share your screen?
Andy, I checked. Screen sharing worked for me.
Great. I will ask when we do reconvene if there's anyone else who wanted to provide comment, and that will
Okay,
give
and
us a sense of how much time.
20 minutes is amply sufficient.
Great. Okay, everyone, that has been 5 minutes. We are now at the point in our agenda where we have a public comment and a tribal comment. Hold on a sec. If you could, in the chat or through raised hands, please let me know if you would like to provide comment. And I am going to, I don't see, well, I guess we shall check. Is there anyone who would like to provide comment from a tribal nation's perspective? Okay, I am not hearing any, so we shall move on to public comment. We do have Kent, who's going to provide a comment on behalf of a consortium of the proposers. Is there anybody else who would like to provide comment? I will check again after we have Kent's presentation. Kent, why don't you go ahead and share your screen and provide the comments for us.
Let me know when you can see that.
Okay, I am seeing your overall site selection process slide.
Okay. Well, good morning to everybody. And first off, I'd just like to say how appreciative the proposers are of this opportunity to have these conversations today and participate in the revisions. In preparation for today's workshop, six of the proposing groups worked together to develop the detailed recommendations on the revisions to Section E that I'll be going over today. We submitted to DLCD a flowchart. This is part of it and what I'll be presenting today. We also included a detailed narrative on the recommendations, as well as an example of a scoring matrix. This first slide, I realize, is a little busy. Don't worry about having to read it all. We'll go through the process, but essentially the flowchart is structured pretty similar to what we're talking about in our breakout sessions with the proposal formation, submission, and then the evaluation process. The one thing I cannot stress enough is our primary #1 recommendation, and I think it was heard in the survey results as well, is for open and substantive communication between the agencies, the working group, if the working group continues to exist, and the proposers. That communication, I think, is we all consider essential for a successful process. Okay, first slide outlines, let's see, the proposal formation process. What we suggest in recommendations is it begins with a request for proposals. Again, iterative dialogue throughout the proposal development. And we've included, I'll be talking a little bit about a readiness assessment as part of the process formation. So a request for proposals, what it would do, what we see the benefits of that, well, the purpose would be that it basically creates a shared understanding of the proposals and what's entailed in the process. The benefits are it would increase public awareness and opportunity. It promotes the strategy as a whole. It would, again, create a shared understanding and expectations, and it could be used as an opportunity to crowdsource interest in sites for site-specific management. Priority sites could be identified by the state where site-specific management is most needed. RFP should include a timeline, the evaluation criteria and scoring matrix, and what the minimum requirements would be. Once defined, those evaluation criteria scoring would stay static through that round, but they may change over time between rounds. Expectations for stakeholder outreach could be defined in the RFP. If the state included a request for letters of intent, it would give the state an opportunity to know how many proposals to anticipate and possibly limit the number of proposals. Again, dialogue would begin between the proposers and the agencies, begins with this RFP, and then throughout the process of the proposal development, we encourage that informal dialogue that would cover potential issues, data sources, priorities, mapping, etc. We heard on the survey results, the application, I think one thing that was noted many times was the redundancy in the application questions and making the proposal applications more streamlined. C-Sketch, in my opinion, it proved to be a very powerful and useful mapping tool, but to prepare a complex proposal written documentation was problematic in terms of formatting limitations, inability for multiple authors. So those issues need to be reconciled. I will mention that the DLCD staff support on using C-Sketch and proposal application questions was outstanding and very helpful. One suggestion is, it's a little counterintuitive, but perhaps creating the application questions once building them around the evaluation criteria rather than vice versa, may make a better connection between the evaluation and a more succinct application. We included a readiness assessment. This is similar to what's in the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Policy, as well as the Army Corps of Engineers 401 permit, essentially creating that opportunity before submitting proposals to talk between the proposers and the agencies, as the agencies could express concerns about a proposal, and the proposers could clarify how the management recommendations will meet those site-specific management goals. It would give the proposers time to address those issues prior to submission, and I think that would increase the efficiency in terms of the agency feasibility analysis. Moving on to the evaluation portion of the process, we suggest that the evaluation be broke into several distinct steps. The first being a completeness checklist, and then a feasibility analysis that would preparation of a summary form that would feed into a technical evaluation. And we mentioned a technical evaluation group be basically a reiteration of the working group, and I'll go into that in a bit. The purpose of the completeness checklist is to make sure all the essential parts of a proposal that were mentioned in the RFP are there. If it could be done at a DLCD staff level. If there are missing elements in a proposal, that proposal would be disqualified, wouldn't have further review. But I think one of the things is in the pilot phase, the completeness, the feasibility, and the site merits all kind of got squished together to a certain extent from a proposer's viewpoint. So distinguishing those would make it more streamlined. Next would be the feasibility assessment. Similar to the pilot phase, feasibility assessments would be done by several of the management agencies. And this step again is distinguished from the technical evaluation, technical merit. Categories to consider would be, are the elements of the proposal, are they legal? Does it fit? Does it require rulemaking? That I think is important to know. It doesn't necessarily make it unfeasible or feasible, but it's essential information. Does it affect the Marine Reserve Program or existing marine protected areas? Is the science factual and the information accurate and sufficient for the evaluation? And are the management problems listed in the proposal, are those also acknowledged in other agency documentation? If not, does the proposal itself provide supporting information to fully define that as a management problem? And does the proposal fit into other agency guiding documents, such as the nearshore strategy? Since it is a strategy document, the proposals that's implemented over time, we as proposers feel that there was a lot of emphasis on funding, and immediate funding should not be a feasibility concern, as the funding will follow priorities. And these plans may be implemented over a long time period. Again, during the feasibility analysis, open communication is essential. The agencies can ask clarifying questions of the proposers. A summary form would be prepared. The template could be developed by DLCD staff, having the proposers summarize what their management recommendations are and then approved by DLCD staff would ensure accuracy, and that summary form, along with the agency one-page feasibility forms, would be appended to the proposal that would be moved along to the technical evaluation group. So we gave them the moniker Technical Evaluation Group. Very similar to the working group, but some differences would be, we suggest that it be comprised of technical experts that would likely be agency staff and not constituency based. I'll call it the TAG, Technical Evaluation Group, would be tasked with completing a technical evaluation of the proposals. It would begin with the proposers, the public groups, the community groups that submitted proposals, invited to give presentations to the group, to the technical evaluation group. So the purpose of this technical evaluation is to consistently and objectively review the proposals in a transparent process that uses clearly defined evaluation criteria and a scoring system. The strategy goals, objectives, and principles should be the guiding force throughout the entire evaluation phase. Right now, in the pilot phase, the evaluation criteria, all of the strategy goal, objectives, management principles, and policies were put in one question, which makes it kind of open-ended and difficult to interpret. Does a proposal have to meet all the policies, some of the policies? So splitting that up into several criteria questions is recommended. Ensure the criteria questions are based on management needs and use measurable criteria that are objective as possible and associated with a weighted scoring system. The criteria should evaluate site merit, and the evaluation criteria should reference management needs and other relevant plans, again, similar to like the nearshore strategy. There's information in existing resources such as the 1994 inventory has several excellent criteria evaluation questions like wildlife harassment. And one criteria could be the feasibility that would build off of the forms created in the feasibility analysis. So tied to that evaluation criteria, we recommend a weighted scoring system. We believe that makes it as objective and repeatable as possible. And to give an example, say with the breaking up the question about strategy, goal, objectives, policies, and principles, a question could be that does the proposal accurately describe how it would advance the objectives of the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy? If there was no discussion or it did not advance the principles, it would get 0 points. If it addressed one of the objectives or provided a description of how it met the objectives, but it was insufficient, give it 1 point. If it meets at least three of the objectives, 3 points. And if it meets all of the objectives of the strategy, it would get 5 points. Now, in terms of a weighted scoring system, say you had 100 points total and you wanted to assign 10% of that score to does a proposal meet the objectives of the strategy. Since the maximum score would be 5, it would have a multiplier of 2 to give it a 10% weighting. And you can normalize all the criteria questions accordingly. We talked about and kind of mixed thoughts of should there be a threshold for a score for proposals to move forward. I think that's subject to some discussion. The scores and from the technical evaluation group along with the proposals would go out for, we suggest a 60-day public comment period. I know this time we were compressed in time with the pandemic and other considerations. So a 60-day comment period. The public comments would come back. The technical work or evaluation group would have an opportunity to rescore the proposals before they're sent on to OPAC. The final scores, proposals, summary forms, and the public comments would all be forwarded to OPAC. We suggest 2 OPAC meetings, one meeting where proposers could present to OPAC, invited, or other experts may be invited to OPAC. And it would give OPAC an opportunity to have a discussion among themselves about the proposals without the pressure of a pending vote. And then in a second meeting, have OPAC vote. By one distinction that I didn't mention is the technical evaluation group. We recommend that they score the proposals, but not give a recommendation. The recommendations would be made by OPAC. OPAC's a political voting body and has the ability to, is better suited to weigh in those subjective and policy issues, and kind of put some distance between the technical evaluation and subjective, more political considerations. So that's our presentation. Again, we included a narrative with a lot more detail, and I hope that this material will help spark interest and discussion in today's breakout session. So thank you.
Thank you, Kent. Bear with me as I switch back over. Okay. We do have additional public comment. Charlie Plyben, let me know he wanted to provide some words. Charlie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, thanks, Andy, and thanks DLCD, and thanks everybody for joining today and being a part of this. This is the first time I've been on this side of this process for the first time. I'm generally, I was not involved in designing this workshop necessarily, and I'm normally hustling with Moses and Andy, and in this space it would have been Marcus to make this happen, and it felt good to be on this side of it. So thank you guys for putting this on. I have not had enough time to really dig into that survey, and I wish I had before the meeting, and I kind of regret that. I appreciate the overview. But I do really want to thank the proposers and what they just put together and what they presented. I thought those were some excellent recommendations, and I can tell there was a lot of thought that went into that, and I think that'll be really helpful in our discussion today and thinking about what is the future of this process and how can we improve upon the plane that we were building mid-flight. As Andy would say. I want to just kind of mention what I didn't see in that proposal process, and what I think that we need to figure out how to fit in there, that is our big challenge today, is the human dimensions of evaluation. And I really appreciate what you guys have presented as far as a strong sort of technical, objective process that really meets expectations up front. Our biggest challenge, and I'll say, like, in this process in particular, it felt very us versus them. There was a lot of campaigning, it felt like, almost. And what I encourage is collaboration and relationships, and that will drive the opportunities for discussions early. But also for meeting some of these human dimensions that are not as black and white on a matrix as 1, 2, or 3. Their relationships and their discussions. And if that's one thing I've really learned out of habitat protection work, is that it's deep, long-term work and relationships that allow us to advance these sorts of conservation efforts collaboratively. And I think that's the challenge in front of us, in figuring out how to work that into the proposal process in a meaningful way. When I look at what happened in Oregon with other processes, like, we created community teams to really hammer out those designations and really the human process of a proposal. And that's how those things were addressed. So just realize, I think that's our challenge here when I think about the proposal process and the evaluation is at what point and at what time do we bring in those relationships and the hard discussions, because it's not all black and white feasibility. It's not all just, technical merit that's as easy as 1, 2, and 3. There's deep relationships and conversations and a lot of human dimensions. And, the latest science even says that that's kind of the #1 thing driving our best management opportunities for habitat protection. And so I deeply appreciate all the interest in making the science of our ecology and our wildlife the drivers, and it should be absolutely the #1 driver, and that should be the basis of the territorial sea plan. But there is a huge piece of human dimensions there that meets that 50-50, and we've got to figure out a way to build that into the process. And so I think that's the challenge in front of us, and I don't have all the answers, but I'm excited, and I think this group is poised to really think on that today. So thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. So this is the point in our agenda. We've just heard a high-level summary of the survey results that we received. We are now going to move back into our breakouts, or move into our first breakout. And so we are going to divide folks into 2 groups. We will come back and have report outs from each group so that the conversations that we have in the groups can be shared. We will have these slides available for each group as the prompts, but these are a start. If folks have other questions or other comments about the components or ideas for creating a proposal and how things should work, we are not limited to these. And so what we will attempt to do as we move into breakouts is record observations in a notes page and then reconvene. So the goal is to get as many good ideas and solutions as we possibly can, so that we as staff can draft the best improvements to our amendment process. I'm going to go ahead and stop screen sharing at the moment. Yeah, let's go ahead and take any questions.
Yeah, Andy, I was just gonna say that last slide, at least on my screen, was kind of cut off. Like a lot of the words were cut off. I don't know if there was just me or on my end, or if
they were cut off.
Apologies. We can try that again. But again, give me a moment. Okay. So our first breakout group will be focused on proposal formation and submission. We have come up with a set of questions for the groups to consider. And we would like any and all feedback that you can provide. Are you seeing a full screen slide now?
Yeah, it looks good now.
Okay. So we will have a note taker as well as a moderator for our breakout groups, and we will pull you back together with 15 minutes to go. I'm seeing a chat. Let's make sure. Okay, that's fixed. Excellent. And Frank, Marcus, or Moses, anything I missed before we actually go ahead and create our breakouts?
I can't think of anything. I think you did it. You covered it well, Andy.
Okay, great. So I'm going to open all rooms. You will see a message and then you'll be transferred into that room. Here we go. Okay. I'm going to open my notes page so that I can document our discussion. And I'm actually going to type. Are you all seeing my breakout group discussion slide?
No.
No. Okay. Well, then I need to share it. Right there. Okay. How about now? Yes. Great. And actually, I didn't do this right because Marcus, if you're going to be taking notes, maybe I should have you share your screen.
Sure. Yeah, hold on a second. Let me get a.
Hold on. I will send you, Marcus, a link to the presentation.
Perfect. I think we also have a question in the chat, by the way.
Yes, go ahead. So Lee is asking what this breakout is for. So we are having two small groups. Right now we're talking about proposal formation and submission. We've just heard presentations with suggestions for improvements. And we want to capture additional information related to the observations. You know, if I certainly found a lot of value in what we just heard and need to be able to kind of pull those in so that we document those. We can pull up the comments and the suggestions that Kent presented if we want to start from that place. We can also identify new ones. So give me a second as we transition here. Marcus, there is a, in our workshop folder, there's a breakout group A and notes. And Lee, why don't you go ahead if you have a comment or other question you'd like to vocalize, please do so.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so just a question. One question is, are there any OPAC members on this subgroup?
Yes, Jamie is an OPAC member.
Okay.
Laurel sits on OPAC as well. And in the other breakout room, we have Tara Brock and Scott McMullen. So we do have those, we may, and Gina Carter as well.
Okay. Well, could I say just like a 2-minute piece? And
yes.
Yeah. So I was a principal author of the Divers of Oregon Coastwide Kelp Forest Preservation proposal. And then, because I knew it was kind of a square peg and a round hole, I also put it in as a formal letter to OPAC. So I have a gigantic concern with the priorities of OPAC. If there's an exclusive focus on the Rocky habitat process, which is by definition scoped too small, and it's exclusive site-wide, site-specific orientation, there's, I think, a tragic misprioritization of OPAC in that there is a coastwide keystone habitat ecological catastrophe in progress and has been for 6 years. And that is the kelp forest devastation by the overpopulation of urchins. And I think that dwarfs any of the site proposals in terms of the ecological impact, the economic impact, the marine organism impact. That kelp forest catastrophe is something that I think should be prioritized by OPAC far above any other process. And my fear is that as meritorious and important as the Rocky Habitat site-specific process is, the coastwide kelp forest catastrophe is being almost no priority as I can see. I guess I'll just leave it there for now. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you, Lee. As recognized in the process and in the territorial sea plan writ large, management of the marine environment is complex, right? So one of the first things that we did as a part of the revision to territorial sea plan to part 3 is to identify potential needs. And we did add policies in part 3 that specifically call out the value of submerged aquatic vegetation and protects those kelp beds from any kind of development proposals, either in an area or even adjacent to an area if it may have an impact. And we tried to provide some specificity around that. So we did develop, and recognizing the importance of that to Oregon's nearshore ecology, we made changes that when the TSP amendment is finalized will officially be state policy. So that's the first and important point, is that we want to protect relative to any direct impacts those resources. The second is that the ocean management framework for managing submerged aquatic vegetation is shared jurisdiction between parks and the Department of State Lands. Parks manages the intertidal and State Lands manages the subtidal. There is an active, DSL administrative rule that says that there is no commercial harvest of kelp in existence. There is a provision that allows recreational harvest of kelp, limited to an individual, limited to a certain volume. So that's what's in place for kind of protecting kelp from the leasing perspective or the landowner's perspective from DSL. In addition, there are fish and wildlife regulations that you referenced correctly that we would want to petition, and I believe you have maybe presented the comments about the importance of kind of protecting natural predators of submerged, like sunflower sea stars, as an organism that can protect the kelp resource by active predation on urchins. And that is something that I believe our Fish and Wildlife Commission is becoming more aware of. And with the recent kind of recognition and the IUCN designation of the sunflower sea stars as a species of concern or threatened, you know, we certainly want to promote policies and administrative rules that can address, you know, any take on those resources. And I know that the staff that work on understanding, you know, that sunflower sea star population is, you know, that is certainly a concern. So there are existing kind of applications for grant dollars in the works to help better monitor and understand the resources. I recognize that it can feel slow. And as agencies, we're all trying to turn the ship, so to speak, so that we can have a foundation for addressing the issue, including understanding why some kelp beds continue to persist and others have seemed to disappear. What is the ecological underpinnings for those observations? And part of understanding that is understanding change over time better through understanding kelp bed persistence and understanding when the declines have happened so that we can better pinpoint the root causes. And I do believe that the ODF&W Commission has allowed the scientific permit for the culling of urchins in what the Oregon Coast Kelp Alliance is doing, which is
on the first one.
That's fantastic, right? So we are responding in a number of ways. We're trying to get the capacity to really better understand the issue, and we recognize the importance of it. And I think that's maybe the last I'll say about it currently. But know that we are, you know, my agency has a grant application into the Geospatial Framework Enterprise Office to do remote sensing to basically use remotely sensed information to map the change over time in Oregon's kelp beds during the last 5 years from using remote sensing technology. That can help us to better understand kind of when the change happened and occurred, as well as provide us with the procedures for more easily mapping that resource in the future. So that is, you know, one of the things directly that we have done, and we've already submitted that grant application. And I know that the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife has separately applied for another grant to look at the issue of kelp, sea urchin, and abalone ecosystem dynamics on a number of reefs. Dave can speak more directly to that work, but you know, those are the kind of initial projects that we have envisioned and applied for funding from a state management perspective to look at the issue. And I certainly understand the urgency, but I also understand that Oregon is the kind of transition zone where in some places we're seeing kelp die off and in other places we're not. So trying to understand the changes in the cost is an important part of that question.
Yeah, all good things. I guess I would like to see a kind of a formal policy that's more aggressive from OPAC to ODFW to speed things up. I mean, it's pretty appalling that they still sanction harvest of sunflower sea stars, and there's no education of longliners and crab fishermen to be careful with their bycatch, the few remaining individuals. There have been some spotted, but you know, they had billions of sea stars die off starting in 2013. So, I mean, there are things that would cost no money that ODFW could have done 5 years ago when they knew that this was starting, and it's still today. It's appalling. And I think OPAC could take some leadership in some political cover for ODFW to make changes that are years overdue, and to get more aggressive. Just one more comment about the scientific permit. We're extremely grateful that they did that culling permit after years of lobbying. But given the number of studies included being cited in my formal letter, which has never had a formal response, by the way, and I have seen no discussion of it. The formal letter was invited as part of the Rocky Habitat process if an initiative didn't fit, the scientific orientation, but I've had no response formally to the formal letter. And I think that's wrong.
Thank you, Lee. I appreciate that. I'd like to allow Dave Fox to comment on anything that he has from his perspective. I can just speak very briefly to OPAC, and without having made a motion to specifically address the issue directly, we as staff, don't respond on their behalf. The council would have had to, at their meeting, made that decision and that recommendation. And it's not my place to try and direct them to do that, so to speak. And so I understand the frustration. I do know that the concern was heard. I do know that members of OPAC were educated through the letter and through your involvement, and I thank you for that. Dave, any comments?
Yeah, sorry, took me a while to unmute. Andy, I mean, you provided a pretty full summary of, kind of what's going on. I think you've hit on, all the main topics. You mentioned the grant we applied for. We applied for a grant from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to do a few things. One, to increase our urchin surveys, to look at the population numbers and a number of different reefs on the coast, and especially comparing areas where we do have, fairly healthy kelp beds with the areas where we don't. And also that grant has a kelp survey as part of it as well, an aerial survey. We won't hear about that until later on this year, probably late fall. So if the grant does come through, it would happen, work would happen next year. We did, as you pointed out, and as Lee pointed out, work pretty closely with Tom and the Orca Alliance to kind of get that whole culling permit into shape. And it was kind of an unprecedented thing. And I think we all worked together pretty well and got that through. And I'm glad to see that work has already started at Nelly's Cove down in Port Orford. I've seen a lot of information on that, and we actually went down. Excuse me. We had some staff go down there a couple weeks ago. We were looking at kind of the abalone population at a site in Nelly's Cove in relation to the lack of seaweeds and kelp, and did a little work there in a kind of an intertidal and shallow subtidal area at Nelly's Cove, and kind of gained some more information as well in that. Our commission process is slow. We hope to put through a prohibition on Pycnopodia harvest as soon as we can, but it's going to take several months to get it through our process. It's our commission's backlogged. It's a super busy commission. They probably do more rules than any other state agency commission, and so we're going through. We're going to start that process, and though frankly we don't believe any Pycnopodia are currently being harvested, there are frankly none out there to harvest. So it's, you know, it could be an issue as they recover, and that's our concern. We don't want to see something start up, you know, as they recover.
Yeah, just
and
you know, the IUCN study did cite a lot of bycatch as an issue in long lining and crabbing.
yeah, and that's another issue we hope to address. I talked to our crab fishery managers, and we hope to get some information out. You know, we don't see this as like a regulatory kind of crabbing issue, but more as information kind of volunteer, you know, what you should do if you get one, and be careful with them and those kinds of things. And so we're going to work on that. I think I'm hitting most of the points here, but you know, we see this as an issue as well, and it's a challenging issue. It's not human intervention can only do so much, you know, in this kind of, you know, big scale ecological change. And you know, I think we're moving forward with it, and then, you know, really appreciate the Orca Alliance and all this, and you know, putting together kind of a really kind of proactive, you know, series of steps to at least see what we could do at some of these smaller, more confined areas, to see if we could you know, make some changes in the kelp resource. Anyway, I don't, you know, if we want to talk about this more, we can. I don't know, Andy, what you know, how you want to.
Yeah, I don't want to hijack your whole breakout.
Yeah,
here.
thank you for bringing the question to the fore, Lee. And I understand your frustration and the sense of urgency. And please know that we are turning our kind of administrative ship to deal with the issue as best we can. Okay.
Thank you.
So I'd like to go ahead and direct us. So we've heard suggestions for kind of improvements to our process. I'd like to go ahead and open the floor to, you know, the best ideas that we've heard to date in terms of streamlining our proposal creation process. And maybe I will go first. I think the idea of a pre-application meeting where the agency works with the proposers to give them a sense of kind of feasibility and readiness is a great suggestion. We talked about this as a working group, as, you know, enabling consultation with the proposers ahead of a proposal being submitted. So I do think that is a great suggestion. It has its analog in other regulatory processes. As an example, in Part 5, we require a pre-application meeting with a developer that meets with all of the agencies that have a role. So this would include ODF&W, DSL, Parks, and DLCD. And I do believe that can give some context and some immediate kind of feedback and direction to proposers. How about other ideas? Oh, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, says Laurel. Yes. And I'm trying to keep the chat in my view here. Good, keep them coming. I think that's a great way to document thoughts. Are there other ways that the proposal formation and/or submission can be improved?
Andy,
Dave.
yeah, I don't know if you want us to raise hands or just start talking. I don't know the best way to.
Yeah, go ahead and raise hands. That should be possible through the reactions button on the Zoom toolbar. You can raise your hand and/or lower it. If you like an idea, you could also give some thumbs up to that idea if you want to, you know, so we can try and have a more interactive dialogue.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll start. Just assume I raised my hand. I didn't yet, but just assume I did.
Go ahead.
I will next time. You know, the other kind of big picture thing that a lot of people talked about was really streamlining the questions or the sections of the required sections of the proposal, getting rid of the redundancy and I think as the experience we had with reviewing these proposals, which were very lengthy, and it's not the fault of the proposers they were lengthy. It's basically, I think, the fault of the process that kind of drove them to be lengthy. I think we could probably think about some of those sections that weren't really that important to the proposal, and we could either eliminate those completely or reword them in such a way that they become kind of less cumbersome. But I'll just leave it at that for now, just as the big picture item of streamlining the sections, the questions. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. I agree. And I remember as I was reviewing proposals, one that I was looking for right up front was a summary of the proposed regulations at the site, so to see and understand the change from kind of existing management to the proposed. Sometimes you had to dig through the proposals, so there wasn't a direct question on that. Scott McMullen, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I guess you can hear me, Andy.
Yes, I can.
So I'm just trying to think, and I agree with Dave in making this a little more streamlined. That sounds like a great idea. But I'm thinking also this pre-application meeting, it seems like to be efficient, you'd want to have like a scheduled date when this would happen. And it could happen for more than one proposal. In fact, you might say once a year on, October 1st, we're going to have a meeting, a pre-application meeting where all proposers can meet with the group. That way you only assemble the group one time, and then you have maybe it takes a day, but if there's a lot of proposals, but you shouldn't have it where you have to keep convening these things every time somebody comes along with a proposal. It should sort of be a scheduled thing where it isn't going to eat up a lot of agency time setting up meetings. Just my thoughts.
Yeah, Scott, I really like that idea as agency staff with relatively limited capacity. I'm seeing some thumbs up from our other participants here as well. So I think that's a great suggestion. Okay.
I'll jump in. I'm not sure how to raise my hand.
Yeah, please do. Go ahead.
One suggestion, I don't know, I don't have a specific suggestion, but early on in the process, how do we bring all the stakeholders together to discuss what the issues are? The agencies, the proposer, public interest groups, fishing interests, getting everybody, as Charlie said, to sit down in the human dimension and sort out what are key issues.
Okay, so that's a good question. So if we are thinking about actually implementing a scheduled date where proposers can come into the agencies and have a conversation to have their kind of readiness to move forward evaluated, it seems to me like any kind of engagement with stakeholders would happen after that. And it could be an organized event. I'm trying to remember the, maybe you called a technical evaluation group, but some group that's actually going to be convening to review the applications that are brought forward. I think you'd kind of want it to happen before then, because part of the proposal that we've asked people to undertake is some stakeholder involvement, right? To understand the human use issues at a location and whether or not the idea of new designation in a certain geography is supported by others who may be using that same space. That's part of the challenge, right? Is to have that open conversation in a non-threatening way, recognizing the underlying goal of maintaining our ecosystem health. Jim, you have a comment?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. 2 or 3 things quickly. One is to identify stakeholders for proposals. And I'm not sure who would do that. Seem to that, you know, it could be, you know, trout fishermen in Montana. I mean, you know, if you want to get holistic about it. So anyway, figure out who's responsible for identifying the stakeholders, I think would be helpful. And just as a, you know, suggestion, I'm just wondering if OPAC members should be on this TEG or the working group, whatever. This seems like that not everyone completely understood and maybe even read the proposals because they are so lengthy. So anyway, that's just a couple of points.
Okay, thank you, Jim. We certainly did make every effort at including OPAC members along the way as proposals were being evaluated as they came in the door. At the end of the day, we can provide the materials, but OPAC members are responsible for their, you know, review, their thoughts, and that will always be a challenge, given that OPAC members are volunteers who sit on the council, and they may have different levels of capacity. But I certainly have the view that during our future proposal processes, they should continue to have updates as a proposal moves forward through the process. And it will be very helpful to have the process formalized so that they know at what point in the kind of process they can and should be paying closer attention. Marcus, why don't you take us back to the slide again? I feel like these were good ideas for streamlining. Let's move on to question 2. We've got about 15 minutes left in our breakouts before we'll be pulled back together. So what are examples of questions that felt like they were repeatedly asked for? Do we have specific examples of those? And I guess one of the other things that I can do is provide you with a link to the Territory C plan or the proposal itself, if need be. Jim, you still have your hand raised. Is that a new comment, or is that?
No.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha. If there's none that are coming, okay, says Kent says natural resources, and then a list of all kind of flora and fauna was a repetitive request. And it may have been one that actually wasn't used as much in the evaluation process either. So I think that's a good one. Do others have thoughts or opinions on that one?
Andy?
Yes, go ahead, Laurel, and then
Okay.
Dave.
I think maybe just some more clarity in asking the question, natural resources, for example, and then it wouldn't have to be asked more than once, just being clear what we mean.
Okay.
In the question. I don't remember exactly what they said, so.
Yeah, let me, I can actually pull up the questionnaire and give you a couple of examples.
Because if we specifically want a list of species, then we need to ask for it, and somebody might not automatically provide it if they were just asked to sort of characterize the natural resources of an area.
Mm-hmm. Right. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, and this isn't so much repetition. It's funny, because I was just scanning through the questions, in the Rocky Shores appendix. Mm-hmm. And it's hard to find the repetition in the questions themselves, but the proposals ended up, repeating a lot of information, in some cases in 3 areas, of the proposal. And I'm trying to find where that is. I think that natural resource list was, a big piece of that. There may have been also some repetition of people, generating kind of a general description of the site up front, and then the questions asked about it again, later on in the proposal. So there was some of that. The other piece I wanted to say, though, isn't so much a repeated question. It's something, Andy, you touched on, and I actually touched on in the survey, is that the kind of the regulatory measures that were being proposed is really just buried way deep in the questions, and that was a kind of a major point that we needed to know and talk about during the evaluation. So I felt like that should be brought out as a kind of a whole separate section or question, with some more guidance on how to address it and talk about it. And so this is a case where maybe we're just reorganizing the questions a little bit, not so much, reducing them. But like you said, I had situations where I would have to spend 10 minutes scanning a proposal to find that, and then 3 days later, I'd go back to that proposal and couldn't find it again. I'd have to spend another 10 minutes to try to find it, because it was just so buried in the questions. It caused it to be really buried in the proposals as well.
Yeah. I'm putting a link to the draft strategy in the chat, just in case folks don't have it. That you would go to Appendix C to get to the questions in the proposal specifically. So other thoughts on this question about repeat kind of information being asked for? And I guess as I think about it, we did ask questions in the broad kind of areas of the goals of a site, what the measurable results and outcomes were, what the existing uses was, what key natural resources were there. And I think, that was the one that we've kind of identified so far. What regulations and enforcement existed, and how those may be implemented. So those are some of the big broad topic areas. And they do have some natural overlap because they relate to one another. But on the other hand, they are from a perspective of our reviewers and the evaluators, they were important components. So let's go ahead and move on to the next question, unless there's something else that comes to mind. How about requirements for information that feel wasn't utilized in the process? Any thoughts, any comments on that?
I'll jump in with one comment. If the questions in the application were framed around the evaluation criteria rather than the other way around, then I think it would make the questionnaire and the application more focused on what really needs to be included.
Okay, so I'm gonna let's use an example, and I guess I'm gonna take a moment. There's another participant who's just joined us, and I need to admit them and assign them to a room. Hold on 1 second. Do you have an example where you feel like this wasn't the case? I know that when we were building the evaluation criteria, we did look directly at the questions. And some of them were hard to have an objective measure, but I think many we really tried to do that.
Well, again, there were questions in the application that just seemed like extraneous information that maybe some agencies would need to know, like the infrastructure at sites. It didn't really fit into the evaluation anywhere. And the other way around, like it was a big deal. The perception of effects on marine reserves, but that wasn't a question in the application. Yeah, I think thinking about it reverse would have been helpful for me.
Okay, I think those are good examples. And I want to welcome Janelle, if that's truly your name. We're in the middle of our first breakout group. Do you want to introduce yourself, and let's do a quick sound check with you?
Yeah, I'm with the Department of Transportation, and I was just, can only participate for a little bit, but I was just curious.
Well, thank you for joining us. We are right now talking about and getting ideas written down for improvements to the proposal formation and submission process. Okay, so as I think about that example, Kent, infrastructure at a site, I think as agencies we were thinking about access that was facilitated to the intertidal zone and how that may allow increased levels of visitation, and maybe there's clarification around that question that could give a proposer a better sense of what we were looking for in the answer. So I think that may be an example where, and I would need to go and look at where that was in the proposal questionnaire itself. I think that may have been in general site location descriptions. But I think that clarifying that is a valuable exercise. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of just reinforce what Kent said about maybe, you know, stepping back and thinking about it in reverse rather than developing the question. And then the criteria around the questions is to develop the criteria and then go back and check, are these questions the right questions for those criteria? And I think in many cases there will be, but I think we would probably come up with maybe some different arrangement of questions and maybe some new questions, and maybe, you know, maybe drop some questions if we did that exercise of, you know, thinking, you know, now that we've been through this, you know, one thing I felt was kind of missing from our criteria, and to be fair, it was probably in there, but it wasn't really highlighted, is there was a lot of emphasis on like how thorough, say, a proposer was at, you know, addressing, you know, a particular section of the proposal. But you know, there's kind of two things you want to look at: is how thoroughly did they address it, and does the proposal in fact meet what it's intended to do? And so that kind of gets at, you know, and a proposal needs to have both. It needs to have thoroughness, and it needs to be in fact a good idea. and you know, to put it simply, and we really didn't have criteria around that part about, you know, does in fact the, you know, say the proposed management measures or non-regulatory measures, you know, actually meet the goal or actually solve the issue that was highlighted. And I think that might cause us to, you know, if we emphasize some of that, that might cause us to restructure some of the questions. And sorry, I have to keep it at a general level. Right off the top of my head, I can't come up with super specific examples of that. But I just had that feeling as we were evaluating the proposals.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. I too had that feeling, and it was hard to articulate, but I agree. Are there any other questions? Maybe we should go on to number 4 here. And Marcus, why don't you flash us back to that slide? There you go. So this one is about the experience using our Rocky Habitat web mapping tool. We had some responses that indicated that it was valuable to use, it was good to use, and we had some that indicated it was difficult, and or the information in there wasn't what people were looking for. So I'll open up the floor for observations for the things people valued or the things people would like to see improved. And let me summarize some of the ones that we heard already. You know, there are some there were some observations that you couldn't work well and collaboratively on a proposal in a team setting. So the way the application was structured, an individual could create a proposal, but that individual owned the proposal and couldn't enable co-editing or sharing of that proposal with others. And I recognize that being a challenge. I feel like as I'm speaking about it, the value that I found in the tool itself was providing a consistent way for somebody to draw the boundaries of a site, and then to be able to share those boundaries with others. I think that was really valuable because it allowed us to look at kind of all of the sites as reviewers consistently. We could then also look at the reports that C-Sketch would produce that was associated with each site. And I really found value in that. Dave, you have your hand raised again.
So a couple of things, you know, and this is coming not from the proposer's perspective, obviously, but from the evaluator's perspective. First of all, in general, it's a super valuable tool. We used it constantly during the evaluation. In fact, I use it for a lot of other uses that aren't even related to this Rocky Shores process, just because of the amount of information it has on it. There are some things that need to be maybe cleaned up or modified a little. One, there was that comment about the harvest information in Rocky, intertitle being incorrect, and it's actually very incorrect. We did, I think you guys did pull it out of the layer, so it wasn't a layer, but it still kept showing up in the reports, and that might have been just a technical issue of getting those out of the reports. But we do, maybe need to do kind of a run through now that we can step back and look at it again, do a kind of a run through of everything that's in there and seeing maybe some things need to be pulled out or modified some. The other thing that I think, at least to me, and I think to others as well, a super valuable layer is low tide aerial imagery. And so, there were several layers that were like mean low water aerial imagery, but they never worked in the mapping tool. Or sometimes they worked for a day or two, then they wouldn't after that. And I know, Andy, you and Tanya developed some separate mapping services that would give us that, for our evaluation, because it was really important for me anyway to get a visual image, aerial image of the Rocky intertidal area in relation to the proposal boundaries and what was talked about in the proposal. So that's something, if we could kind of make that consistently work, because that imagery exists, it's just a matter of getting it to work in the system. So thanks.
I think those are great comments. Others?
I'll jump in again. I'm not sure how to raise my hand. A big problem was the C-Sketch isn't really designed to handle complex documents. So putting the proposal, if it was just submitted as a PDF attachment, it would have made it way easier for a proposer not to have to put it into that format. Another comment on the data, the mapping was great, but if there was a way to tunnel more down into the data to see the sources, and maybe to be able to use multiple layers, like in a GIS system of, say, call out intertidal habit, or where is kelp less than 15 meters or something, as an example, but to combine data layers and to do actual analysis would be great.
Yeah, thank you. I will certainly echo the comment about handling the reports and the submission of the report through the tool. I wouldn't do it that way again. I would have proposers submit a PDF directly to us outside of the tool, and recognize the challenge, and I think the value in just providing a Word template document so that somebody could fill that in and submit that. So I think that would be a good improvement, kind of separate the submission from the actual use of the tool to create a report and a boundary. I do think it would be valuable to make sure that when we do that, we include, because it is possible, everybody exporting a shape file or a geospatial information file from the tool, that they would submit in addition to the PDF version of their proposal. That way, agencies can have it in their own GIS systems if they need it. Other comments on this one? Okay, let's move on to the next question. All right.
Andy, just real quick, a time check. I don't know what time we were supposed to reconvene.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to actually join back up pretty soon here. I will broadcast a message to all to kind of reconvene in 5, I think. All right. Let's just handle any comments that groups would have on the last three. So is there something you want to communicate about the most challenging part, and potentially ways to improve that as proposals were being developed? Was there anything challenging about submitting them to us as an agency that you would want us to know? I guess we heard already that C-Sketch, the complexities of that made it that difficult. Okay. Any comments? I remember reading in the survey responses that one of the most challenging things was actually finding out site-specific information about the very kind of local geographies people were interested in, and the potential value of having access to the historical information from our resource inventories. So as I digested all of the materials that we've heard about, that was really one that I clued into. Others? Okay. Well, if we don't have any comments, then I just got a note that the others are back in the main group. So I will go ahead and close out this group, and we will reconvene with the larger group. Okay. All right, Frank, I believe we are now all going to be joined back together very shortly. I did get a note that Laurel's going to have to jump off the call for half an hour or so. So we'll save all the comments for you when you get back, Laurel.
Yeah, thank you. Good to have you all back. Anyone that's in hearing distance of my voice, please join again. And you'll signal that joining by activating your video. So this is a chance, a few-minute chance to kind of talk about what the results we found in the breakout rooms. So Andy, I think you were the facilitator of breakout room number 1. Why don't you go ahead and give us a rundown of kind of what your group talked about?
Yeah, Marcus, can you flash up the slides that you collected for your notes? Okay, take us to the top. So question 1 was about streamlining the proposal development and submission process. And the first suggestion, which most everyone agreed with, was the idea of having a pre-application meeting where the agencies, and this would be all relevant agencies with a potential management role in the area, would work with proposers to basically do a readiness and have a discussion with them about their idea. One of the suggestions that got a lot of thumbs up was to have a scheduled date where this would happen, so that multiple proposer groups could all be kind of present on one day to potentially reduce and make more efficient that exercise. One of the other big suggestions was streamlining the questions from different sections of the proposals. Again, the idea of really looking at the evaluation criteria and how they related to the questions to make sure that we improve the clarity of the questions for what the information is being asked for. There were some questions broadly. How do we bring stakeholders together in the early stages of a proposal? One thought was it should probably happen after that kind of pre-application meeting with the agencies, so that the groups would at least have a kind of an early indication of the readiness of coming back or of moving forward with their idea. But one of the big questions is who's responsible for identifying stakeholders that should be kind of reached out to, and how often and should OPAC members be included in the process in general. There was an observation that maybe OPAC members weren't as familiar with the proposals as they should have been when they were brought the briefing materials. So we should certainly maintain kind of open lines of communication, and having a recipe or having a formalized proposal process will help with that and should help OPAC members understand when to engage. Do we want to have your group respond to the same questions, Frank, or should I go through all of the questions that we responded to?
Why don't you go through all of them and just try and hit the high points?
Sure.
Don't try and hit every point, otherwise it's going to take
too long.
Sure.
So one of the areas of the proposal question that we heard was maybe kind of repetitive, was the kind of request for natural resource information about flora and fauna, descriptions of the sites, but really just trying to clarify, you know, from the criteria for evaluation, how the questions are structured and maybe reorganized so that they flow a little bit better. Next slide, Marcus. Examples of this, you know, was maybe if the questions in the application were framed around the evaluation criteria, that would really be helpful. An example of maybe an instance where this wasn't done well was like understanding infrastructure at a site and the value of having that information. On the C-Sketch kind of tool, there's certainly recognition of its value in terms of drawing a polygon, but it was a challenge to handle the complex document and to submit the application through that system. Next, I think that was it. But I do want to call out and highlight that we did have Lee Anderson ask a question about kelp restoration, kelp, the urgency of dealing with the kelp issue. And so we actually had about a 10 to 15 minute conversation at the beginning of our session that was tangentially related. So we didn't get to all of our questions in particular. So I'll stop there and ask my group if there's anything else you want to kind of chime in that you'd like to highlight. Jamie.
Yeah, I was waiting to see if my answer or question would be answered, and that was when Kent was giving his presentation on the remedies for the proposal, and one of which caught my ear was funding will follow priorities, and I presume that is within the application questions concerning funding for the regulatory part of proposal. Maybe Andy, you or Kent can help me understand that.
I'll let Kent speak first to that if he has a perspective that he'd like to share.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. It was my observation in the working group meetings that the public were invited to participate in. There was a lot of discussion and focus on unfunded mandates. Is the funding available now? And proposals might include both long-term recommendations that would be implemented over a long period of time, as well as short-term. And funding for those long-term recommendations would obviously, there may not be funding now, but if it's a priority, then funding could be achieved in the future, hopefully.
And was that part I mentioned in the questions, what you're referring to, the regulations section? Let me see here. I've got it up handy. It's regulations and enforcement. How was, if possible, please estimate the cost to implement this change in the site management. Is that the one this refers to?
Yes, and then it was also noted that the funding would not be a criteria for evaluation, and yet it became a kind of a flashpoint.
Great. I think that's a good observation. I think it relates directly to sub item C under regulations and enforcement 2C. We did state in the proposal that it's not required, but it would be helpful to know. But I think that's a good summary of the issue.
Okay, well, thank you, Andy. I appreciate the feedback from group number 1. I'll provide feedback for group number 2, and I think I'd like to just kind of hit the high points here instead of every comment. There was a lot of discussion in our group about the need for human dimensions, the need for making this process work for us with collaborations, communication, and relationships. So much more back and forth, iterative approach to it. The question about redundancy, I worked in a microbiology lab for a while, and if there were too many to count, you did TNTC, too numerous to count. Well, that's kind of the response I got from everybody. There was a lot of redundancy, so that needs to be removed from the process. There a lot of people suggested in a lot of the different questions that a more informative and concise RFP with boundaries or restrictions, areas or themes might be more conducive to getting better proposals in for the group, and might be able to limit some of the work that the proposers did to put them together. There was a lot of importance on this remaining a public process, so the public involved in every step along the way, and open dialogue with both the public and the agencies and the working group. As far as the information that might not have been used by reviewers, there was a lot of comments about biodiversity and the need to document all the species that existed in an area, and that people just thought that was excessive, and that more appropriate might be threatened, endangered, or critical habitat species, rather than trying to list everything, an exhaustive list. A lot of questions about the tool, the Rocky Habitat tool. People said it was the function of the tool, not the support that they got from DLCD. That was made very clear. And that there were some portions of the tool where it was really difficult to get comments in there, to get it in any kind of format that made sense after you entered the data in the tool, and that it was very difficult to transfer into any kind of usable form to DLCD. So the tool needed a lot of redoing. There was a lot of conversation about stakeholder outreach and the difficulty of doing that. Although at the same time, there was also a pretty good agreement that community feedback provided a lot of value to the whole proposal process. So people wanted to keep it in. Just somebody even mentioned maybe providing external support for that community outreach. There was a question about whether the designation of the category that each proposal was in affected the outcome of that proposal, and a comment that most of the proposals fell into the marine conservation area, and that might not have been the most appropriate area for them to fit into in the first place. And then at the end, we talked about the review team. We said the review team should be technical experts, but there was also a comment that maybe we need to have some place-based reviews or reviewers, people that were very familiar with the site in the review process for each site as well. So I apologize for anything that I've missed, any important things. So I'll open it up. If the team has something they'd like to say that I missed, I'm more than open to that. Larry.
Frank, I think you did an excellent job summarizing the highlights. And I would just add to your last point that there should be consideration given to just having technical expertise represented as opposed to constituency-based representation, because that can introduce a lot of problems, including politics.
Yeah, thank you, Larry. That comment came out several times in our review. So anything else? Okay, so I believe we've got time to do our breakout room number 2. So let's head to breakout rooms again, and we'll do the same thing we did before with questions, and then reconvene following that breakout session.
Okay. Thank you. I will transfer us all there. See you on the flip side. All right. Looks like I have 5 participants so far, so I think we're waiting for a few more. All right. So it looks like I've got 8 participants. Let me check to make sure there's nobody straggling out there needing to join a group. I think we're good. On to proposal evaluation. Let me just, okay. You guys are all seeing a shared screen with the questions? Yep, okay, great. So our first question is focused on agency review, recognizing that we were tasked to evaluate completeness, jurisdiction, authority, feasibility of implementation, potential programmatic budgetary impacts, landscape scale management, enforcement and rules, and alignment with the TSP. Is there anything that we missed when analyzing future proposals? Any other suggestions? And we can go into the proposal review document if we need to do that. Looks like Dave Fox, you've raised your hand.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm kind of being vague in general in this meeting, and this is probably going to be a kind of a vague general comment as well. I think that list was pretty good, was pretty complete of those different aspects of review. But one particular aspect, that kind of the feasibility of implementation, I think that could be really open-ended. And I think when we were trying to do this, we were trying not to get so much into the merits of the proposal, but it's really easy to cross into that when you're looking at feasibility of implementation. So it feels like we need to put some sideboards on that particular aspect. I don't know what those are right now, but it just seemed like that was kind of a vague and open-ended kind of section to make comments on.
Do others feel that I guess was the same? And I think Dave, you and I may be the only ones on agencies here that can provide comment directly because we were a part of that. I think actually specifying jurisdictional boundaries as a part of the process might have been helpful, because we did have a lot of conversation about, can the proposal include an element of the upland and have an impact on upland management? I know that was one that we struggled with. So I kind of feel like maybe tuning down that component and really highlighting that what we're talking about in this instance is mean high water to extreme low water, or in a justifiable case, going down into the shallow subtitle. Dave, and then Tara.
Yeah, and maybe yeah, I think that's a really good idea, because that was kind of an unanticipated kind of issue as it came up. And maybe to clarify a little bit, thinking more about the vagueness of that feasibility piece, is if you look at the list of the other components, that the agencies review, really the sum of all those equals the feasibility review. And so, the authority and budgetary impacts and jurisdiction, all that is what the feasibility review is. So it's hard to figure out then what else is there that falls under that heading of the feasibility analysis. And I know I struggled with that a bit.
Yeah, thanks. Tara?
Yeah, I think Dave might have just kind of hit on what I was going to say about the feasibility piece. That feasibility, to me, from an agency perspective, does sort of go down the list of what is the jurisdiction of the agency, what is the authority, the ability to enforce, et cetera. And I do think that feasibility is sometimes expanded more to beyond that, I guess. And so I guess I kind of agree with Dave that the other items listed sort of encompass what is feasible from an agency perspective, and that it did feel sometimes like that got blended a little more with the actual, I don't want to say merits of the proposal, but maybe with other goals of the proposal, as opposed to just looking purely at agency, jurisdiction and review. So I'm not sure if that's clear, but I think Dave kind of summed up what I was thinking as well from that standpoint.
Yeah, thank you. One of the things I feel like we focused a lot on was the ability to develop a rule and then enforce that rule in a specific geography. Just in general across the board, I think that was one of the things we spent a lot of time talking about. And so if there's any way we can kind of clarify through the proposal process, sideboards or limits in that way, I think it would really help.
Yeah, and I think when I think about feasibility of implementation, I mean, I also struggle with when you talk about enforcement and ability to have, people on the ground, et cetera, actually monitoring behaviors. What is feasible now under maybe current budgetary situations, and what could be, feasible in the future. And I think that was something that came up, particularly when people were looking at, what is the volunteer base in an area? What sort of other resources are currently available, as opposed to thinking about, well, what else might be feasible? So I just wanted to also put that out there, that there's sort of a what is the current landscape, but what could be feasible if X, Y, or Z occurred? So thinking about looking at proposals, maybe with a little bit of forethought, and thinking about how agencies could then incorporate that into budget proposals, et cetera, when making proposals to the governor, et cetera. So.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a good thing to think about, and certainly as we move into the future with potential additional sites or modification of existing sites, those are key questions. Any other thoughts on things to add or things to modify in terms of kind of the broad feasibility review part? Okay, well, let's go ahead and move on to question 2. And this one is focused now on the working group evaluation of the proposals, and the criteria that was used there was the Rocky Habitat strategy goals, the objectives, and the policies. What other criteria should we consider, or what criteria should we reconsider if that's not appropriate to have? Tara.
Sorry, I think I hadn't put my hand down
Okay.
from before.
Yep.
I
No
apologize.
problem.
I always forget to lower my hand. Thank you. You'd think after, almost 2 years of this Zoom world, I'd be accustomed to things.
Scott.
Yeah, I was just thinking that it seemed like, I'm trying to remember back during this process, but it seemed like one of the things that kind of came up fairly frequently on these proposals was discussion about stakeholder engagement. And I don't know really what the answer is here, but I think we need to improve the reporting. Maybe the requirement, maybe we're talking about a stakeholder or a pre-proposal meeting could emphasize the needs to adequately do stakeholder engagement and to record that and to have good documentation so that there was a clear indication of what the stakeholder engagement was. I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, I know when we developed the proposal questions in the form, we certainly wanted to understand the level of effort a group or an individual conducted as they were communicating with stakeholders about their idea. And I know that it was recognized, the value of that. We've heard that already today a couple of times about the value of having open dialogue between users of a site and proposers if they're thinking about changing the way that people can interact in that space. And while I think there has been recognition that the natural resources and the management changes to the human use of that site can have an impact on the natural resources. Trying to maintain that balance as a part of a review of any proposal is, I think, a key kind of factor that not only agencies, but OPAC, with their multiple stakeholder perspectives, really valued. So I'll just say a thumbs up, I think, to that comment, and the fact I think we want to keep that in as something that any technical group may review, just knowing the level that's happened. Go ahead,
if I
Scott.
could add a little bit. I mean, I'm thinking particularly about the proposals around Cola Point and whatnot. We had stakeholders that were dog walkers. And so some of these things you don't necessarily think of them as a stakeholder until you sort of see what the proposal is. And then people are saying, hey, I walk my dog there. It's, it's really valuable to me. Or kite flyers might not be thought of as a stakeholder group, but if a section of the beach might be closed to flying kites, it seems like having that addressed up front in the proposal would be far better than trying to deal with the reactions in the evaluation.
And understanding the connection between the proposed action and the intent of the action. In this case, I think both of those was related to wildlife disturbance. Right, so understanding the levels of wildlife disturbance and or sensitivity in a place relative to those kind of actions is really important. Other thoughts about criteria that a technical group, or the analogy of the working group, could review or could think about? Okay, well, let's move on to question. Oh, Dave raised your hand. Do you have another thought, Dave?
Yeah. Sorry. I'm kind of still slow at this.
No problem. We all have to be patient with that. Even though it's been more than a year and a half in the virtual world, we're all still adjusting. So go ahead.
Yeah, just one. And as usual, identify it, but won't identify a solution. The kind of the whole landscape review. I think we did have kind of a general criterion about that, but I think that the criteria for that could be made beefed up some. Have more detail, get some specific aspects of landscape. Because I think a comment I made is, when I think of landscape, I'm thinking of not only the landscape from an ecological sense, but the landscape of the user groups. And where could the user groups go, and what does this change in the whole kind of regional or statewide landscape, and also just the landscape of existing management and regulations. How does this fit into all that? And so I'm thinking of those kind of three aspects of landscape, and maybe we could develop criteria around those.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. I think one of the things we as an agency have been thinking about is in different regions of the coast, what is the difference in accessibility to rocky intertidal areas? The North Coast, Central Coast, and South Coast, they all have kind of specific geographic characteristics, and that's derived from their geomorphology. And some places on the coast are going to be kind of de facto protected because of their situational environment. If they're at the base of a cliff, the likelihood of somebody actually trampling or having take and harvesting is very minimal unless there's some other means to access that site, either via a low tide walk or some other mechanism. So understanding relative to where a proposal is to that kind of coastal accessibility picture is something that I think we want to understand better, because there are certainly sections of our coast that have long stretches where it's nearly impossible to reach. And one of the challenges that we as a group had was in understanding the accessibility to a resource like harvesting mussels. There are certainly groups of people on our coast that like to go out and harvest small amounts of mussels for either subsistence or for recreational benefit, and ensuring that across our coast, from a diversity, equity, inclusion component, people have relatively equal access to those kinds of resources in their different geographic regions, is something that has come to the fore as an important consideration. So I'll second that kind of landscape review kind of criteria that could be developed and implemented. Jim, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, just to add on to Scott's comments about stakeholder engagement. I know I mentioned this in the other breakout group, but who decides or identifies a stakeholder group per proposal?
Yeah, I think that's one of the challenges, right? And it would be, I think, good to have guidance on what kinds of groups we think about. If you want to have an initial kind of list, it could be, local city or county councils or governments. They may have a good understanding of who's using different places. Chamber of Commerce may have a good idea. But I think it would be great if we had some initial suggestions to start with. Scott?
Yeah, to follow up on Jim's question, that was sort of my point, Jim, was that you wouldn't know who the stakeholders are until you know what the proposal is going to do. People are not aware that they might be a stakeholder. So how do you engage with them? So I think it puts a lot of onus on the proposers to look at their proposals and say, this proposal is going to affect these people. And then, it's really, the onus is on them to come up with who their proposal may impact, because we can't sit here. I would have never said dog walkers are going to have, be a stakeholder group in Cannon Beach, but turns out that they are. And so I guess my reaction to that is simply in the pre-proposal meeting, maybe the state agencies could say, if your proposal is going to have an impact on some segment, look at that segment and try to engage with that segment. Maybe you can work together with the people and find a good workaround or a compromise position that won't be, that'll be beneficial to all. So anyway, I think what you're saying is sort of what I'm saying. How do you know who a stakeholder is?
Yeah, agreed. There may, if we're talking Rocky Shore here, there's going to be a difference user groups, let's say between tuna longline halibut and dory boats. You know, who's going to be affected? Which user group is going to step up, or should the proposal, you know, be responsible for doing that? Anyway.
Yeah, thank you. Kent.
Yeah, sorry, in my reactions, I don't have a hand raised. I can't find it. But one of the criteria that I think we kind of struggle with, and we struggled with how recommendations are site specific, is addressing climate change. And it's a big elephant in the room, and collectively, I think we're all struggling with how do you address it in meaningful ways. But I think we need to give some thought about some evaluation criteria that address climate change.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Any other thoughts on this one? Maybe we should move to question 3. Let's stick on that slide for a little bit longer. And this is a challenging question because I think there's a desire to have quantitative scoring for proposals. But I think there's also value in qualitative review and description that accompanies it. So, and I guess I'm really interested in understanding the group's perspective on one versus another, or both. And I have heard certainly that there was a desire in the review components to know ahead of time and know how the proposals were going to be scored, and in that way that's really a quantitative system. So thoughts on that? And Jim and Scott, you still have your hand raised. Are those new or those from before? Okay. Looks like Dave and then Jamie.
Yeah, this is a tough one, and I have a couple of observations. You know, I think I tend to more and more lean toward qualitative scoring in these kinds of things, because everything is so, has such specific context that it's hard to kind of force something into a numeric score. But you could probably develop a system that maybe has a combination of quantitative and qualitative. As long as when you do that, when I've seen systems like that, everybody tends to just focus on the number and kind of disregard the qualitative part. So if that kind of systems develop kind of a combined thing, we have to have a way to make sure, the number doesn't kind of dominate the decision. The other observation I have with the quantitative scoring is if you have a system of scores for a bunch of different criteria, then you add them up, and say you have a threshold if you have to get better than 80% or whatever. One thing that does is it disregards criteria that might be what I'll call deal breaker criteria. So you could have a 0 on one criterion and perfect scores on all the rest, and you would get a really good combined score for your proposal. So it would pass, so to speak. But maybe that criterion you got the 0 on is a deal breaker, like the site just can't be implemented if that criterion is not addressed. So if we do quantitative type scoring, I think we need to identify those types of things. If we have criteria that just are kind of automatic, disqualification, that's probably not the right word, but automatically bring the site down as as a viable proposal. Anyway, just some ideas and observations.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Jamie.
Yeah, I generally agree with what Dave just mentioned. As a teacher in the Oregon public school system, we've used rubrics for standards, and you meet these criteria, you do not meet, or you're in the process of meeting them. And I agree that they can be useful to judge the successfulness of a student, or in this case, a proposer, to meet the criteria that we're after. But we also have to look at the individual and what they're striving for and how they're proposing them, the deal breakers that Dave mentioned. So, for what it's worth. Oh, and I think I saw 1 through 3 scoring guide that is current in the evaluation. Is that true?
Yeah, so we did have a matrix for the working group evaluators that had a 1 to 5 scoring, and it included both qualitative and quantitative measures. Right, so there was a description of what the group thought would meet a or have a score, right? So, and I'm looking at the slide here, one of the earlier ones that I presented with the evaluation criteria matrix, and I'll just provide an example of how we did that. So for something like a measurable results and outcomes, if you didn't meet the criteria in your proposal of stating a measurable result or outcome, or the results and outcomes that were identified are actually not measurable, then you would have had a score of 1 in your proposal on that indicator. If you stated measurable results and outcomes, but they were unclear or incomplete and or difficult to measure, that means that you got a score of 2, which was it has merit, but it needed work. And if the proposal had measurable results and outcomes that were clearly stated and reasonably achievable, then the proposal would have had full marks on that category. So that is an example of the evaluation criteria matrix for just that one item of a measurable results and outcomes. So that's how we provided an evaluation for each site. If you look at each site's working group evaluation form, there would be a matrix that had the identified score that the group came up with, as well as a summary at the end that identified kind of the issues that rose to the top. And I feel like maybe there wasn't enough attention on that matrix to begin with. So maybe that's part of the process challenge that we all faced, was in just having the time to read through everything. But we did have that. Jim, you have your hand raised?
I've got an ad from Zoom on my screen that I can't seem to get rid of it.
Oh no. Is it a different window from the
sick of the 40-minute time limit? Learn about the advanced collaboration.
Oh no.
I even had my partner come and look at the screen. She couldn't figure it out either. So I'm going to try this. Now, I might have to just leave and go and come back.
Yeah, so my understanding is, as a participant, you should be using my account's hosting capabilities. So maybe you had Zoom already on your computer and you joined. That's maybe I can work with you aside. Kent, you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I don't know how to help Jim out on that, but as to quantitative or qualitative, I think the real issue is how do you make it objective as possible, and you can't have 100% objective with either quantitative or qualitative, but objective, consistent, and transparent. I certainly have no issues with a qualitative approach if it can get over that bar.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I think that is key, and knowing those beforehand is also key, so that proposers or groups can work, to meet those expectations and try as hard as they can to complete that.
Kent, you said objective, consistent, and what was the third?
Transparent.
Transparent. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, we have about 15 minutes left, and we were scheduled for a break at 12:30, and I know my stomach is grumbling at me, so I'm gonna check in with the other group to see how they're doing, and maybe let's Marcus, why don't you flash this back to the questions slide again and see if there's anything else that comes to mind while I'm doing that.
Andy, I think Kent has his hand raised.
Yes, go ahead, Kent.
Just looking back at question 1, I don't know where site merit comes into that.
Site merit. Okay. I think that, and just an initial gut response is that that's somewhat similar to kind of the feasibility question, where that's going to include a number of different factors considered together. I can't list them all off the top of my head, but that's what my gut is saying. But I do think that's a valuable idea, and it could be fleshed out, especially with things like ecosystem connectivity from a larval settlement and a dispersal perspective. If we had oceanographic models that could help us understand that, unique populations or organisms in an area could be another. So those are the ones that come to mind immediately, but okay, any other thoughts? Okay, looks like Laurel joined back in. Laurel, we're just about to rejoin our other group. Okay, I am going to close all the rooms and bring us back together. I'll see you over in the main room. Okay, let's give us all a second to come back in and for the other group to reconvene. All right, looks like we're mostly all back together again. Hopefully I didn't cut off any discussion and gave enough warning to y'all. Frank, you're on mute.
You work fine, Andy. Thank you. You kept us on task. So we didn't get to question number 3, but we did cover the other 2 questions pretty completely. So since I made you start out first the last time, I'll start out first this time. We had a lot of discussion on question number 1 about what the agency's responsibility should be in evaluation. And a lot of the conversation centered around budgets and the need to figure out how much things were going to cost. So the kind of the extremes were, you know, the agencies need to figure this all out ahead of time, and then we need to evaluate according to what the costs might be. And the other side was, well, you know, let's just get good policies in place or get good ideas in place and then see how the budget follows out from there. There was really good comments on both sides. One of the comments was that law enforcement really didn't have their say in this and probably do need their say. And another comment that we need to align this with agency budget processes, including fiscal impacts. So there's opportunities to do that. Somebody suggested 2 different processes. One is to have the agencies just review according to their jurisdiction and their mission and the area they cover. And then if that's approved, then do a full fiscal analysis and have it contingent, the implementation contingent upon those fiscal analysis. There was lots of discussion, and so I could go on and on about that, but it was really rich discussion. Thank you everyone for participating in that. And then question number 2, what did we need? What other things should the working group consider? And some people said we need more scientific expertise on the committee. Another person said we need more human side, more conversations, more dialogue. That's kind of the sideboards, the extremes there. Dick mentioned that we need cultural aspects to consider, and we had a really hard time in all these meetings trying to get cultural representatives to the meetings, so that was difficult. So there were other questions. What do we do with coast-wide proposals, such as the KELP proposal? And the bigger question is, will there be a working group in the future, and what will it look like? So that's kind of where we went. We didn't get to question number 3.
Okay, Dawn, looks like you want to provide additional comment.
Just one thing about budget that I thought was really important that I think Dick brought up at the beginning was needing to look at a budget for at least chapter 3, if not the whole territorial sea plan. Some kind of approach for looking at how to fund, not necessarily site proposals, but how are we going to fund supporting management of the territorial sea plan? So I thought that was just a really a critical aspect that wasn't specific to that question, but very important. Thank you.
You know, Dick also made a comment here that was very important. I thought he basically said, you know, the agency reviewers are asked to review a whole bunch of different stuff, not just this, but they're involved in a whole bunch of different public meetings, and they're heroes. I mean, we asked them to do a yeoman's job without providing any funding or extra people to help them. And he basically said that, you know, that we need to look at agency resources to fund this project from the start instead of waiting to back fund it afterwards.
Larry?
Just to add a little bit on to what Frank mentioned earlier and Dawn, we also discussed the need among the reviewer group to have people with place-based knowledge from the sites that the proposals are coming from. And there was also mention that the technical expertise is important, but it may not be appropriate to have constituency-based representation on the reviewer group.
Okay, thank you. Marcus, do you want to share the screen with the notes that we took? All right. So I'm going to take these in the order that they arose in our conversation. So one of the conversations is that the broad feasibility assessment by agencies is really kind of a sum of what all the individual components of the questions kind of comprised. And as a way of considering, each potential proposal, that is going to include elements of agency jurisdiction, potential enforcement, the budgetary impacts of amending rules. So we did talk about the fact that, to be able to enact a rule and enforce that rule at a specific site, we really need to have that holistic picture. And agencies, when we are considering proposals, need to not just focus on the elements, but and that's the value of having that interagency team approach each proposal. We also wanted to include, from a landscape analysis perspective, what currently is and what could be. And that wasn't necessarily limited to the geographic landscape, but also the landscape of site users and other kind of entities. And then, it was brought up that the merit of a site wasn't necessarily evaluated in the assessment. And while it wasn't immediately clear what kind of the components of that question are, it's similar to the feasibility in that there are going to be multiple components that address the merit of a proposal. Moving on to kind of the second question, which is the working group and how they approach the evaluation. We had a good conversation about stakeholder engagement and the fact that we really need to maintain and improve upon what is reported out by a proposer in terms of the activities. But it was also recognized that that's a challenge because different proposals are going to have different stakeholders potentially impacted. And there's not necessarily one kind of universal perspective that's going to get you the answer. The example that was brought up is that who would have thought that on the North Coast Ecola Point proposal that dog walkers was a stakeholder group that would really have, a strong constituency voice here. And that was, brought about by the proposal that we actually want to, make sure that dogs are restricted from certain sections of the coast, right? So understanding who's going to be impacted is a derivative of what's being proposed. So while there is, real value in making sure that stakeholder engagement is included in the proposal, there's still some gray area there because the proposal itself is going to determine kind of what groups need to be interacted with. We did talk about a landscape review, in particular, just having more detail about the specific geography of the proposal, geomorphology relative to nearby areas, the kinds of user groups that would use that space. So making sure that that's still included in a review, as well as kind of the big challenge of how are we going to address anything climate change related in a proposal evaluation, given that, we're still struggling to understand the impacts and resilience of our systems to those impacts. And then the third one is kind of, we want to ensure that we make the process and the review objective, consistent, and transparent. I think we heard that several times in the survey and in some of the comments. And the balance between having a quantitative and a qualitative evaluation matrix is a challenge, right? Because in some instances, you may score really well, but there may be one of those criteria that's a deal breaker. As Dave Fox may have mentioned, you know, just because you have a score of a certain value doesn't mean that there's one element or aspect of the proposal that's kind of a no-go, just because it wouldn't work. So I think that's one of the challenges that we have to acknowledge, is that even though we want to have a system that is quantitative, because humans love to look at numbers and be able to rate things and compare things against one another objectively, the real value of actually having both included is that you can provide context around some of the scores. But the ultimate kind of comment there is that we want the process to be objective, consistent, and transparent. And as long as the proposers know ahead of time how they're going to be reviewed, then that should improve upon the evaluation of the sites relative to the proposal. And I'll open the floor to any other comments by my breakout group to see if I missed anything. Okay.
Good job, Andy.
Thank you, everyone, for your participation so far. We have a lunch break scheduled for half an hour. We're pretty much right on time. So please reconvene promptly at 1 o'clock, and we'll get going with our next breakout session, which will be focused on kind of all the other proposal process things that don't neatly fall in the either proposal formation, submission, or evaluation buckets. So thanks all, and we'll reconvene at 1 p.m.
Which increasingly was critical of the federal government and state government, in particular in Michigan when the COVID lockdown orders began happening.
Right. I mean, this group reacted pretty strongly to those COVID lockdown orders. What have you learned about?
All right, when folks are back, you could let us know by sending a chat or turning your video on. Okay, it looks like we're getting most of our folks back. Maybe spend another minute or two. Has anybody gotten to go out on the latest low tide series? I was out last weekend at Strawberry Hill. Found a couple of nudibranchs myself, so I was enjoying a little bit of time on the intertidal. It's the first time I've been out in over a year, so Dick says maybe he's been able to get out on the low tide series. All right, for folks who don't have your video on, put a thumbs up or something. Let me know if you're back. All right, it looks like we got most folks. So the rest of our agenda today is to do 2 more breakout small group discussions. The first on proposal process, kind of catch-all comments, thoughts. The second breakout on sites under further evaluation. And then we can reconvene and have a discussion about kind of our next steps in the broader process and any kind of action item summaries that and concluding thoughts that we'll hear from folks. Any comments or questions before we go ahead and do that? All righty. Well then, I will send us to our breakout rooms and we will spend 45 minutes discussing and then come back together and have a great discussion. We'll see you all there. All right, Marcus, is that you? Have you got the, you're doing the screen share duties? Okay, let me get my,
yeah, it should be. Can you guys see it now?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay, excellent.
Let me get my screen configured here so I can control the, understand who wants to talk. I think I've got everything ready. Excellent. So our first question is that kind of the broad topic that we discussed in our working group about common issues and how to deal with them, and whether or not it's wildlife disturbance, the need for education awareness at sites, what overuse looks like, and enforcement. So what we're hoping to get is any kind of further thoughts on how these issues should be addressed, coast-wide mechanisms for doing so, rather than by an individual site proposal. And Tom, you have your hand raised, so let's go to you first.
Okay, thanks. First, I apologize, you guys, that I've had to kind of drop in and out this morning because I had student groups here and some other things going on. Super busy time right now at the field station. So thanks for just dealing with that. So I think this is a great question, and I'm happy to sort of dive in on this because it's something that I was really interested in during the working group process. And I guess just to provide a little context, I think that there may have been a missed opportunity at the end of the revisions to the part 3 of the plan, where many of these issues were addressed as coast-wide issues. And since we kind of immediately went into an area designation process, that caused a situation, I think, where many of these issues, which had been basically established as policies through that revision, then came back to us in the form of site-based proposals. And I think that's fine, but I think what we lost in the process was the answer to this question, which is how would you address these issues on a coast-wide basis? And to not be too long-winded about it, I think what the conclusion I came to personally, and I don't know if the whole group really, I don't know, Andy, maybe you can help me remember whether or not we came to this conclusion as a group or not. But it seemed to me one of the conclusions we came to after the TSP revision, followed by the proposals that came in, was that there were a number of issues that were cross-cutting, that were occurring at every site, and frankly everywhere. And that what we didn't have as a result was this coast-wide strategy. And the other theme that we heard repeatedly that could help address this was that there was a lack of capacity within the agencies that are actually charged with addressing many of these issues. And so to me, they put 1 and 2 together and I get 3, which is that I think a really strategic strategy for addressing this would be to increase the capacity of those agencies and institutions that are charged with addressing these cross-cutting issues, coast-wide issues, so that they can be effectively addressed. And in saying that, I am not saying that that means that there is no role for community groups or groups that submitted proposals. I don't think that. I think that what we have in front of us is an opportunity to create a very strong partnership between agencies that are well-resourced and community groups that have boots on the ground and local knowledge and intuition about the place. And to me, that lends itself to a wonderful opportunity. And I'll just pitch something that I said then, and I don't think it went very far. But what occurred to me was this idea of a sort of an Oregon coastal, what did I call it? Conservation Corps. Like, what if we just had a coast-wide program that integrated agency capacity with local employment opportunities, high school internships? You could go on and on. Tribal members, anybody could participate in this kind of a program, but it would be coordinated, it would be coast-wide, and it would be actually supported by resources, and that would not place that burden on the shoulders of volunteer groups, which I don't think is fair, nor is it realistic. So that's kind of I'm coming out strong because I have strong feelings about this, and you could totally disagree with me, but after going through this process for many years, Andy, you know where I'm coming from. I think that if we don't address this capacity issue, I don't see how we're going to get to some kind of coast-wide initiative, which is what I think is needed. And I think that's inclusive of all the things that have been discussed and proposed, but I just think it's a more realistic approach, and happens to happen. I think the timing's pretty good. There's a whole bunch of great funding opportunities right now. And if we could pair a conservation initiative with a jobs program, a training program, education programs, community science and research, I think we can touch on all the bases and do it right, where we actually have resources and we're not, like, you know, burdening coastal communities that are already, frankly, many of them, certainly the one I'm in, it does not have the capacity to do this. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I would give that a +1 or a thumbs up. You know, myself, I would guess others online probably do as well. So partnerships between agencies and local groups to provide capacity. I think that is a fantastic idea to begin with. We as an agency put in a proposal for an Oregon Sea Grant Natural Resource Fellow to take a look and to begin the task of coordinating amongst entities that do tide pool interpretation and work. And I know that Charlie has been involved with the tide pool ambassador program that has been on the ground, boots on the ground this summer. So I think we are at a point where that idea is one that could certainly bear fruit. The other, just one thing I'll mention is that at their meeting in May, the Ocean Policy Advisory Council did ask or did approve of the executive committee to send a letter to the governor requesting kind of the agencies actually do take a look at what it would take to fund part 3, the implementation of the program from the agency's perspective. So that letter has not been sent or delivered yet, and that's something that I have on my to-do list to work with the executive committee to make sure that happens. Jim Carlson, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, boy, Tom, that's a mouthful there. I have had not nightmares, but dreams about this kind of thing. So, you know, maybe the timing is perfect, because if you take the experience of the Marine Reserve process and, you know, critique whatever critique that had or has, and then lay this on top, this process on top of that, there's a, you know, I think local communities would buy in. So I just think it's a great idea. I support it 100%.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. And since you brought it up, I'll just pivot off that for 1 second. I think we also need to think about how to integrate the marine reserves and the rocky habitat. I know we, for whatever reason, I mean, I know the reasons why we didn't do that in the beginning, but we should think past 2023 and how does this all get reintegrated? I mean, the marine reserves are in fact part of the rocky habitat. So we got to figure out a way to get over whatever we have to get over so that they can be reintegrated and considered as one thing. And then, like you said, then you can build on that infrastructure that's already there. Like for here, for example, it's been in place for 10 years. Next year, we're going to celebrate 10 years of marine stewardship in this community at Redfish Rocks. To squander that infrastructure and all that social capital and all that knowledge base at the local level, to me, is foolish. So we have to think about how we're going to get there. And I get it. We can't do it till after 23, fine, but just start thinking about it. And I agree with you, Jim. So thanks for the support.
You're welcome.
Jamie.
Tom, fully agree with that position, but I am thinking about the marine reserves and their, excuse me, they're underfunded in this. I think this is the year where we're going to be seeing a monitoring report. Is that correct? And it's been difficult for the staff of the agencies and it's taken a lot of volunteer efforts to get that done.
Yeah.
And I'm worried that the agencies may or may not get funded appropriately for taking care of the rocky habitats as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not suggesting that it becomes a project of the marine reserves in any way. I'm talking about an integration and also agreeing with you that this is a resource issue and we need to speak more loudly and clearly that that is the fact. And we need to stop expecting things, out of agencies that don't have the resources to accomplish them. I'm just sorry. I think it's just not realistic, and we're creating it's like a recipe for failure. So we got to get out of that mindset and start telling the legislature, telling the governor, the letter you're talking about, Andy, makes a lot of sense to me. And we just need to, I feel we need to be more forceful about that.
I will keep echoing that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Other thoughts on ways we can, in a coast-wide manner, address issues like wildlife disturbance, public awareness, enforcement? So I'll throw out an idea, and it's derived from the success of the program at Haystack Rock, which is that the local community there has adopted that program as part of the city of Cannon Beach, and includes in their annual budget funding for basically the operation of that program. And they also have an agreement between the city of Cannon Beach's police department and the state police that local officers can actually enforce regulations at the site. So I think that there are two elements of that program that we should look at as a model for other communities to be able to think about, to help to provide that support and capacity for enforcement, where you do have regulations that people need to be educated about. And one of the ways that people get educated about it is they make mistakes and then they get a ticket if that's warranted. And you wouldn't want to have that to happen, but having the capacity for that program come from that local community recognition of the investment in the area is very valuable. Jim, you have your hand raised.
Well, as far as capacity goes, I'm involved with the Friends of Falcon and the Cascade Head group. And all the reserves right now have that, they're implementing the device that Dr. Chan has put together, the OA sensors.
Mm-hmm.
That's all volunteers, the statewide, and it's been a struggle. Anyway, just saying, that's a real life, timely example of an activity that should be funded.
Well, thankfully,
because climate change is of course the elephant in the room.
Yeah, I agree, Jim, and I think it just got funded.
It did. If you weren't aware, House Bill 3114 funded the Oregon Ocean Science Trust to undertake activities that were identified in the Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia Action Plan. And monitoring of OA, both in the physical water quality measuring component, but also in the biological observation component, I think is a part of that work. So, you know, the state legislature did allocate funds for that purpose this year, which I applaud.
Yeah, and I'll add a detail to that, Jim, and that is that at this site, the pH sensor at the Rocky Point site at Redfish Rocks was actually deployed by an intern here at the station this summer, a Marine Reserve interpretation science communication intern who is paid.
Great.
So that, and it's also it was also done in partnership with a local volunteer who's heavily invested in that. He's been doing it for years, really likes to do it, and he provides that sort of continuity. But the intern is a paid intern, and I think that's the kind of model that I'm actually referring to. So, and what Andy said too, I think we're going to be seeing more resources for that particular project, and maybe that's not a bad thing to hold up as a model and say, okay, here's an example of what we're talking about.
Right.
Marcus, can you flip back over to that question? I'd like to see if there's any other thoughts on kind of question number 1 before we move on to question number 2. Okay, well, let's go ahead and move on to question 2, which is focused around the idea of the kind of pre-application meeting with agencies, and what we think some of the goals and or expectations of that would be as a part of the process. So I know when Kent, when you proposed a readiness kind of review as a part of your public comments, I think you had some ideas in mind. Can you expand on that or share that?
Sure. I see the readiness assessment as it would have to be far enough into the development process that you've got a fairly well thought out proposal. You know, there needs to be stakeholder outreach, I think, before the readiness assessment, because the stakeholder outreach informed us on our proposals of what to include. As an example, we heard from the fishermen, you know, don't restrict fishing access or anchoring. And so that helped us inform what goes into it. So that I think it'd be most beneficial towards the end of the development before submission, but in time that you could respond to things. Mostly I see it as an opportunity if there's big issues that maybe a community group didn't quite see through, that can be raised and talked through, as well as just identifying, you know, maybe gaps in information. So, you know, I see that meeting not as replacing the informal dialogue that would lead up to it. I mean, it really does need to be, I wouldn't say we're adversarial, but it was very disjointed among all the people that were involved in the pilot phase. And so I think just, you know, the meeting would be kind of culminating a lot of that input that's happened all along, but putting it kind of a more formal point to it. I don't know if I got at your question.
You did. Yeah, no, I think that was very helpful. Just curious if the group responds positively to that, if there's things that Kent said that you would emphasize, strongly agree with, etc. Dave.
Yeah. I think the key is, both things that Kent said, one, to have, maybe a fairly formal meeting that, is at that kind of, key turning point in the proposal. It's well thought out enough. They're, part way into it and, have done a lot of legwork, but still have enough time, to respond to, comments on the proposal. I don't know exactly where that point is, but we could maybe think about that. But the other part is the informal dialogue, because I think if there was just like a single meeting at one point, that wouldn't be enough, because there's invariably going to be questions and a need for just a back and forth discussion, very early in the process, when maybe the first spark of the idea, comes to the proposers, and then probably after that meeting as well, kind of check-ins. Did we address your concern correctly or not? And so I think we're going to have allowances for that dialogue to be somewhat, kind of on a continuous basis. The challenge will be to have it not overwhelm the agency staff, that they have to spend too much time doing that. And I don't have a solution for that right now, but that's is going to be part of the challenge. The other challenge, and maybe it was only came up during this pilot process, and maybe it's not a big deal, but when we were doing the agency interaction with proposers in the pilot process, we had some concern that when the proposers interact with the agencies, they would take that as approval, so to speak, pre-approval of the proposal, because they talked to the agency and the agency didn't say, stop, you're not doing the right thing, so therefore the agency must agree for it, therefore it must be approved. And I think we as agencies, at least maybe just speaking for myself, made a decision that we would answer questions and we would provide complete answer to the questions proposers, but we wouldn't go kind of beyond those questions. Like we wouldn't make suggestions or provide alternatives or things like that. It would just be really direct answers to questions. And I think that the conversations need to be more open than that. They need to be kind of a safe space where they could have a back and forth dialogue. Questions could be answered, but also suggestions and ideas bounce back and forth. But with the understanding that conversation doesn't constitute approval of a proposal or pre-approval of a proposal. And so that was just a piece that kept coming up in this pilot project, at least in my thinking and in dealing with this.
So Laurel, you came on video. Did you want to respond? And then we'll go back to Kent.
No, I was just I agree with what Dave was saying. So
okay,
I didn't have anything else to add really.
Great. Kent.
Yeah, I would agree with Dave that the hardest part was knowing what questions to ask. That was a big piece of it.
Yeah. Well, I think
and
the
then
comment.
one other thought too is one thing on C-Sketch that we really didn't take full advantage of was the forums. Information was put in them, but it was fairly static, and that may be a way so that if one group comes to an agency and has a discussion, that information could be shared with all the other proposers, and it would alleviate the agency from having to go through the same information multiple times.
That's a great suggestion. Jim.
From the very get-go, there should be explicit, realistic expectations from both sides. And I think there may have been a little sense of, there was an expectation that X would do Y. Well, that didn't happen. And so I don't know, the word expectation is kind of a hard thing to define, but have everything on the table to begin with. This is what the agency can do or not do. This is what the agency expects out of a proposal. and, you know, have that, as Kent was saying, an informal dialogue so they can get off on the right foot.
Yeah, thank you. As I think about a meeting like this, what I would like, or what I would expect to take away if I were a proposer, would be the agencies I need to talk to because there's some intersection with my proposal and their agency jurisdiction, and the staff person who would be my primary point of contact. At a bare minimum, I think I would want to leave the meeting with that. To expand then on maybe some of the kind of readiness review, I would want agencies to identify issues that we characterized earlier as kind of make or break from a proposal perspective, if possible, if we see that. An example I think that came up in our pilot process was limiting north-south access along the beach. Was something that statutorily OPRD, just couldn't do because of the way our regulatory system is set up. And if there was a risk of that coming into a proposal, you would want to know that so that you could tailor your or mitigate what you would be doing to not be in conflict with that. So I would want there to be some clarity in that regard. Other thoughts on what a pre kind of application submission meeting with agencies would include, or what expectations might be for that? Okay. Marcus, can you flip us back over to the beginning? And Kent, did you have another comment on that?
Just one comment. I recognize that if there was that meeting, the agencies still need a safety that they may bring up issues later on that weren't brought up, and just have to realize that's part of it. I don't think that community groups can assume that they've got a total green light.
Yeah. Thank you. I think that's also important. Okay. The next question is related to public comment on the proposals, and realizing the struggles that we had in our pilot process. Are there some best practices that we want to try and honor, and or some additional kind of thoughts about how we might do this? Jamie.
Could you briefly summarize the process at present?
Yes. So we received the proposals, and then we published them on our site and delivered them to agencies. We then conducted the agency feasibility analysis and published those to the web and sent those to our tribal nation partners. And we also invited public comment on the initial reviews. We invited public comment on the evaluations from the Rocky Habitat Working Group. And I believe as we were doing so, we we sought to coalesce those and to provide them to OPAC and make them publicly available for everyone to look at online. So there were opportunities at the working group evaluation and at OPAC, and there may have been one before then, but I believe that there were at least 2 opportunities during the review period. Kent.
Well, I think one we've already addressed. The length of the proposals was a big roadblock to people in the public reviewing them. And it was unusual circumstances with the pandemic of how to get public input, but I think limiting it to just emails kind of restricted some audiences. Maybe there should be each, I don't know if it would be I guess it'd probably be a DLCD public meeting, but a public that's place-based within the community to gather input on proposals.
Yes, I'm certainly supportive of that and think that there would be value in that. That I think one of the nuances to that is it's not necessarily DLCD's proposal. So comments received are actually and should be not only received by the agency and made available for the public to review, but the way that the comments are going to be most productive is being kind of directed back at the proposal entity themselves, so that there can potentially be a dialogue and correction of misinterpretations or clarifications of intent or measures being recommended. So I think that's one of the challenges, but I do think a place-based public meeting that could be facilitated and hosted by DLCD as the steward of the process is reasonable. Tom, you have your hand up.
Sorry, I had to get over to my unmute button. So again, apologies for missing some of the discussion earlier, and you may have covered this, but I know one of the things that came up a few times during the process was sort of some curiosity about the level of community engagement that either had or hadn't occurred. And I'm thinking about that right now as I'm hearing these ideas. And I also completely agree that having a public meeting in person in the community where the proposal is happening is pretty critical. And I think you can't actually, I don't think anything can really take the place of that. And I'm saying that partly as someone in a community where some of this is happening. And it's a very sort of heterogeneous communication landscape, I'll call it. You can't make any assumptions about how people get their information in a small rural coastal community. And that's just the way it is. So we can say we did this or we did that, we did something on Facebook, we did something online, we sent something out, whatever your strategy was, I guarantee you that that's only going to reach a fraction of the people in the community. So how do you address that? I think we just have to emphasize that fact and also somehow in the process come up with, I don't know if it's really a metric, but how do we describe this community engagement thing? Because it's really easy to do something and call it community engagement and have a whole bunch of people in the community say, no, it's not. You did one thing with some people, but nobody talked to me. And we saw that come up when later in the process where people were, things were being presented, people who had not been made aware of it suddenly became aware of it and got engaged. But it's like, it was the sensation that the train had left the station. And now what we ended up with was a disagreement about whether or not the community had been engaged. But to the person who hasn't been engaged, it's irrelevant because you didn't engage them, which is nobody's fault. It's just a fact. And therefore, how do we build that in somehow? And I'm not suggesting we have to accommodate every single person forever and always, but I got to figure out a strategy that would help us avoid that outcome, because you really can't, it's hard to defend that reality with someone who says, I'm just finding out about this and I have things to say. And when you say, well, we already asked and you weren't there, so sorry. Because you're going to deal with that person from then on for the life of the project. And then you have to do sort of damage control and figure out how to re-engage them after the fact. And anyway, I don't think there's a perfect solution, but I do think it's something for us to put our minds to it and think creatively about multiple channels and figure out how we're going to define what that means.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I think having some established and official kind of communication channels that need to maybe occur at a bare minimum could be, a starting place. But I agree, it's a challenge to understand across the landscape, kind of the different ways that people get their information and find out about meetings or needs. Jim and then Jamie.
This goes back to, well, Tom, I think it goes back to how to identify stakeholder groups or user groups and to engage them in a how to engage, all the different groups. I mean, you're going to the story in the post office is different than the bar. And how do you engage each particular group? It may not be always the same.
Agreed. I guess I'll just chime in there 1 second, Jim, and say that in other realms where I've done this kind of work, you can engage in what we used to call snowball recruiting, where you've identified individuals who engage, and then you ask them to help you engage others in their sort of realm. And I'm thinking right now about, like, for example, fishermen and fisherwomen. Like, you might talk to one person, but that's just uniquely, the channels for reaching that stakeholder group are very specific and typically end up not being meetings and not being typical techniques, but really just walking docks and having more informal engagement strategies. And then asking them, I just talked to you, now I want you to go talk to 2 other people. And I want them to talk to 2 other people, because they're not going to, it's not going to be a meeting and it's not going to be an email. It's going to be a different kind of interaction. And that again goes back to the thing we talked about earlier in terms of capacity. And some of this may be actually have people who are paid to help with community engagement.
Right.
Whether they're interns or they're part-time people that are working for the project or whatever that looks like. But just building that in to the project, not making assumptions that kind of stuff just sort of magically happens, because it's work and it takes time and people have to build relationships and people need to be compensated for that work.
Something that's kind of interesting is that some of the outreach we're doing for Marine Reserves as we speak, we're getting people that are showing up to Zoom meetings that would have, never come to a real, face to face. So in the future, I think we probably want to continue to use Zoom. What a tool, particularly those of us that are getting older and when it's raining and pitch black in the middle of winter, I'm not driving to Newport at night.
Understood. Yeah, I think it's, again, the recipe is a lot of ingredients. You need a lot of approaches. No one thing is going to work.
Yeah. Jamie, you had your hand up.
Yes, I was going to say basically what Tom said. The nuances of getting people to come to a public meeting. It's my understanding that many groups like Fisher people don't necessarily come to meetings unless they are approached on the dock, like Tom mentioned. But anyway, don't need to rehash that. But the other thing I just wanted to point out, and this is probably fairly obvious, is the sequence in which you do these things. It might be best to do the face-to-face public meeting early on so that you can perhaps use that as a forum to do as much outreach in the other ways that you can outreach, which is, the Zoom and the newsletters, whatever it is, the other written items. So sequence might be of interest.
Yeah, thank you. Marcus, why don't we go to the last question? I think that's, we got 3 minutes left. This is really a catch-all. So are there other elements of our proposal, and in this case, proposal review process, that should be changed in the future? And why? Tom, you still have your hand up? Is this a new hand?
New hand.
Great.
Two points. One, I think one of the things that the whole process suffered from, I think we all know this, and you probably already discussed it, is time. And all the things we're talking about take time. So we have to be really mindful of that and understand that if we are asking for community engagement in a deep way, that it's going to take time, and we have to just own that and embrace it and be willing to take the time that it takes to make that happen. And I guess I thought I had another point. You said if there was anything else, yeah, I guess it takes me back to number one, where I think that this proposal process would benefit hugely and really should almost be a requirement that there be some sort of an orientation or education process about the plan itself before you even talk about a designation, to really get clear about the policy changes that apply everywhere that are in the plan. And I think that missing that opportunity this go around, or maybe we didn't, maybe it was just my perception, but I think we should really emphasize that, make it clear there are many, many policy changes and initiatives and all kinds of things that are there for everywhere. And that means everywhere. So you may want to think about making sure that people understand that before you invite a proposal that applies to a specific place that proposes policies that apply everywhere. And I think you can still execute lots of great initiatives and ideas and concepts. And in many cases, I don't know if it's necessary to designate an area, because the entire coast has already been designated for many of the policies. So that's just taking 4 and bringing it back to 1. And I already ranted about capacity, so I'll end there.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Kent and then Gina.
I'm sure there was long discussed prior to this round of the pilot process in the development, but to piggyback on what Tom said, I'm not sure that we've got enough buckets or all the right buckets in terms of designations, because I think there were some some different opinions on what a marine conservation area constituted. And maybe that wasn't well enough defined or understood. And then things like a stewardship zone. Maybe that's not a designated area. Maybe it's a coastwide, or communities could adopt it. But there's a potential for some extra buckets, and that's a long conversation that I don't think we need to go into today. But just want to throw that idea out.
Okay, thank you, Gina.
Hey, Andy, thanks. I had to go pick up my kiddo, so I don't know if this was already addressed. But, you know, I also would support that in the future, all the evaluation meetings be public. So I know that there's some times in which going into an executive session is important and called for, but if the process is working collaboratively, then the entire process, you know, should be transparent. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Gina. All right, I believe we should reconvene and hear what the other group had to say. So we'll see you back there. All right, looks like we are pretty much all back. Hope you guys had a good discussion. In the order of alternating back and forth, maybe I'll go ahead and summarize our conversations. Marcus, you want to put the notes up on the screen for us? All right, great. So the first question is, how should we potentially address some of the coastwide issues and ideas for doing so? So we had a pretty extensive conversation around increasing capacity through something like a partnership between agencies and local groups. This is something Tom has brought to the fore in previous meetings and brought up again, but the idea of a coastal conservation corps that could provide a cohesive program that helps to deliver educational messages, helps to coordinate monitoring and observe locations, and that could benefit between some of the technical expertise that agencies have, but also potentially building capacity in local groups to participate in that endeavor. You know, the idea of having funding for people to be paid interns on the ground during the summer to help implement some of the actions is one I think people strongly responded well to. One of the other opportunities is to really encourage partnerships between local municipalities, and in particular, you know, the model of Haystack Rock Awareness Program, where the city has kind of adopted that, but also, you know, has created memorandum of understanding so that their local law enforcement can enforce rules in the intertidal area. That's, you know, a model that could provide some benefits. And then one of the other big kind of topics out there is we need to think about rocky habitats holistically. So at some point, recognizing the political dynamics of the marine reserves question, you know, integrating our perspective and our handling of marine reserves in general with rocky intertidal habitats, especially recognizing that the critters and the organisms don't have any differentiation between or care about administrative boundaries or politics. So that's kind of a summary of how we responded to the question of kind of recommendations for handling coastwide issues. The second question was about expectations for what a pre-application meeting could include. We had discussions about the fact that it should take place, with agencies after the proposal has been mostly baked, but not submitted, and that's so that the agencies can really have a good idea. But that the conversation that occur really shouldn't be the only time that interactions between the agency and the proposers happens, and that in general, the agency staff, need to be able to view this kind of interaction as a safe space, so that they can have an open dialogue about ideas for improvements without being perceived as already having approved the proposal idea. So being able to comment about ways to improve a proposal or additional recommendations that could make it better, or more enforceable or more implementable, those things need to be able to happen without there being kind of the expectation that it's a tacit approval of the proposal itself. We also need to be able to communicate kind of the outcomes of that. And we need to come out of a meeting like that with kind of a description, or at least for the proposers, knowing which agencies they should be following up with and who the kind of primary staff contacts are who would be responsible for maintaining that communication channel. Next slide. Go ahead, Marcus, flip us over to the next one. So the third breakout group question, if we can go. So one of the suggestions that we had from a public comment perspective and a public participation is that a meeting in the place where there's the proposal exists is really important. But yet we can't really think about that as the only requirement, because how do you actually get people or stakeholders to the meeting if they don't exist in that communication channel that you're operating in? So how do we know, how do we get to people? And that's still one of the challenges that we face, is having kind of the widest reach. And we talked about having multiple communication channels to be as good as we can at that. And maybe some of it needs to be informal, where we have people walking the docks or talking with locals who are not necessarily trying to seek out that information about a public process, but would be interested in it if they knew that it existed. And then the last question, which is there, what other potential things might you want to provide comments or review on it? And one is that for these proposals, we really have to be willing to put the time in. It's been a long process, but community engagement does take time. And the proposals that are going to be successful in the long term are going to take the time that it needs up at the beginning. So invest in that time, be ready to let people know that it may take a while, but that in the end it should be a stronger result if that actually happens. And a part of that is actually maintaining ongoing kind of orientation and education just on what the territorial sea plan is, how it interacts with the fact that there are other statewide policies that already exist across the coast to provide, some coverage related to, topics of interest, like the fact that we've developed a submerged aquatic vegetation policy, as an example. And then the last comment is, as a part of this process, all evaluation meetings should be public. And I think I will go ahead and stop there. Did I miss anything, my group? Anything else you'd like to emphasize or add on? Okay, over to you, Frank.
Okay, for question number one, our group started out recommending that we have some kind of a group that convenes to talk about a coastwide state stewardship plan. And then Charlie pointed out that we've actually got a bunch of groups doing that already. The Rocky Habitat Interpretive Strategy Plan, the Quinnahead Rocky Habitat Interpretive Training that occurs every year, except the last couple of years because of COVID. OCFA, the Oregon Coast Visitors Association, has a strategic advisory group that talks about tourism and coastal stewardship and how to deal with coastal issues. And there's a lot of opportunity for us to join into those groups already. Dick pointed out that we can't expect the state to fund all this, that volunteers need to be active in this, and that we need to have some funding, whether it be NGO funding or state funding, to pay coordinators, volunteer leaders to coordinate those issues. And Andrea castigated me, not castigated, it's a strong word. She suggested that we not use the word overuse, and I apologize for that, that we call it managed or appropriate use or stewardship instead. So thank you, Andrea, for that comment. For question number 2, we started out talking a little bit about how to get open dialogue about proposals. And Charlie suggested that we have strategic RFPs that would just avoid a lot of the questions in the first place. Just the opportunity to know those red flags ahead of time, to work with the agencies and help proposers to just figure out what those are and how they need to address them. Dick came up with the idea of making agencies think it was their idea. So collaborating enough with agencies to find out what their interests are and what their focus is, and really coming up with projects that meet both needs at the same time. I think that's a great idea. And someone suggested that they become our proposals, not the proposers' proposals, our being both state agencies and the proposers, not just one or the other. There was a lot of emphasis on having the ability to have open dialogue with OPAC and with the working group. That's for question number 3. And we almost got off track there a little bit. We started talking about the errors in the process before, when we really needed to figure out how to move forward from there. So it was suggested that we start thinking more about how to do this collaboratively. Moses suggested we have a standard working group agenda item to maintain open dialogue with proposers. So, on the agenda, we have an opportunity for proposers to come and say, this is how I am in my process of proposing, and this is where I intend to go, and then have a discussion about that. Andrea brought out that she felt like she was, as an agency, was actually discouraged from reaching out to proposers, and Charlie confirmed that was the case, and that something needs to change with that in the future. So question number 4, a lot of support for a further public comment. Larry suggested that we have heroic efforts to get the word out, that we need to figure out how to reach a broader audience with our outreach. That they said that the current efforts were heroic, but we need to figure out how to reach further. Dick suggested that we figure out how to lengthen the process to build in more opportunity for the public to comment on things. And Charlie commented that we need relationships, not public comment, but several others suggested that we need both. So, and we didn't get to question number 5. And so, any other comment from the group? Anything I missed?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we've got one more breakout focused on our sites for further evaluation. Just to remind folks, what we said we would do is host one workshop per site that included agencies, proposers, and the public. It would be focused around unresolved considerations or issues that were identified in the summaries. That as a deliverable of those workshops, there would be a summary of the findings and potential resolution or lack thereof of the considerations, depending upon the conversation that takes place. And we would want to transmit those back to OPAC. So that's what we said, kind of our initial vision was, and we're hoping to get additional context and feedback on that. So I will send us to our breakout rooms again. Have a great discussion.
Thank you, Andy.
All right. So question number one. We have actually a multiple part question here. So given the idea of a workshop, who should participate? When should they be scheduled? And do we have any ideas about time allotted within them? And we do have what proportion of the proposals should be reconsidered. So if we have a difference of opinion as to whether or not we want to look at the proposal in its totality or just those issues that kind of remain unresolved. Comments, thoughts? Tom. Tom, you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I guess I'll just jump in again. Apologies if you covered this already, but I think we sort of this was sort of a theme in our last group concerning engagement, community engagement, etc. And I might be wrong about this, but what it's feeling like to me is this is like sort of looking kind of like doing another lap in a way with the process, which I'm not saying is a bad thing. I just sort of recognizing some signposts, and it's right away focusing on who you're going to be consulting with. And that sounds to me like community engagement, which we discussed earlier. So I would just sort of echo things we've already discussed, and primarily that we need to, I personally think that this is going to take time, and we need to be prepared for it to take time to really be able to stand behind the notion that the community that lives in the place that is being designated, or proposed rather, has actually been engaged in the process. And I just think I can't overemphasize that. And partly that might be because here I am on the South Coast where there's a lot of rocky habitat. And there are definitely differences of opinion about the best way to approach, the best way to quote unquote protect it. And I think really I would love to see us all as a group get behind a process of really coming up with a clear definition of what do we mean when we say protect something. Because I don't think we ever really fully defined it, and it introduced some confusion into the process as a result. So those are my suggestions. We could probably talk about other stuff, but right off the bat, those are the two things that come to mind, that it's gonna take time, and who should be engaged? Well, we should probably define that broadly and consider all who might be interested or, invested, and make sure that I agree with you, Andy, what you said about the report back. I personally don't think that this is just a public meeting. I think that's a narrow view of what it means to engage a community. And meetings are one way to engage people. They're not the only way.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Dave.
Yeah, a couple of comments. So I guess was under the impression that this is, at least our, the way it was framed, with OPAC, that this was primarily, these workshops were primarily going to be between the proposers and kind of the agencies or review group people that want to, or working group people that want to participate. Because the proposals have already gone through an extensive process. So this is like at least the way I viewed it, kind of a cleanup meeting to say, okay, we had these issues that were unresolved. Let's talk about, these issues and see if we could resolve them. And of course, there would be public meetings, and there would be, that part of it. But, having said that, the how you do this and when you do it, it really depends on what those particular issues are in each proposal. So, some of the proposals, the issues were primarily with proposed, regulations that were, for one reason or the other, weren't practical to implement. So that seems like, that could probably be worked out. That type of thing could be discussed in like a single workshop and, and try to come to some resolution. But some of the proposals, and this kind of gets at what Tom was saying, some of the proposals, the main issue was lack of community engagement. And so that's the type of thing that can't really be resolved in a workshop. It seems like the way that would have to be resolved is that the proposers between now and when the workshop happens would try to beef up their community engagement, have, meetings or conversations or, whatever it takes to get, that higher level of stakeholder engagement. And then, we would have the workshop, and at the workshop, the proposers would then present here, hey, here's what we did in the meantime for community engagement. Look, we've really beefed it up. We've got, agreement with these groups, and we worked out some issues with these other groups. But that's going to involve some step that happens now, right? Because it would have to be to kind of let the proposers know that they need to do that. And I don't think we've really talked about that yet. Anyway, I'll stop at that point.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. I want to provide a little bit of additional context. I agreed with pretty much everything you said. The additional piece of context that I want to make sure everyone knows is that we are going to be coming back to OPAC with a recommendation on how to handle these sites. They didn't say go and do what you want to do for further evaluation. They said, go and in your workshop, provide, get some information. You come back to us with how you want to approach this, and we'll consider it again. So I think some of the key things that you indicated were we may need to have time. We also need to have a communication loop back to our proposers that fell within this category to let them know that if they are interested in continuing to be involved in the process as we have laid out, that they might want to do more community outreach and work to resolve some of the issues. But the immediate next step is we're going to take recommendations on what we presented to OPAC as our plan of action on these sites, and they're going to review it at the fall meeting and kind of give us the approval to do so or not. Jamie, you were at the OPAC meeting. Did I characterize anything incorrectly there, or was that how you remembered it as well?
Sounds like what you said. Yes.
Okay. Kent and then Dave. Kent, you're on mute still.
On community outreach, it feels a little bit like the goalposts have been moved. In the proposal, it's do community outreach, describe who supported it and who didn't, and what the opposite, concerns were. Doing outreach and informing the public and getting their thoughts is one thing. Getting consensus requires building trust. And while that's ideal, it takes a long time. I think, the Marine Reserve program is 10 years into it. And from talking with fishermen, I think there's still a long ways to go in terms of trust. So I don't know. I don't think that we're going to get to, on some proposals, consensus among all parties of stakeholders. Probably no proposal you'd find consensus of all stakeholders. But I think the diversity of opinions needs to be included. But to build that trust is a different timeline than to inform and be informed.
Yeah, thank you for that. And to clarify, I think not all of the proposals had community outreach as a consideration that needed to continue to be kind of addressed. I think that there were some where that was called out, but I don't think that all in that further evaluation category had stakeholder outreach as kind of the identified considerations. So our proposal as an agency was to start with, the review of each of the proposals and the considerations that were identified. And that will be more and or less depending upon the proposal itself. Dave?
Yeah, thanks for that summary reminder you gave after my comment, because I had not, fully remembered, the steps we took with OPAC. So I guess what I'm thinking is that if one thing we need to do at this meeting is to, provide some input so you could come up with that recommendation to OPAC, which would happen at fall, right? And so it seems like the components of that recommendation would be, well, let me just throw some out there. I don't know if that's what we would agree with, but one, we identified some considerations. I think we need to stick with those. Those need to be, I don't think we shouldn't come up with new ones or change them. We should stick with those. Two, once OPAC approves of a process, that we need to have some loop where we inform the proposers, hey, here's your, the considerations that you need to work on, and then provide some length of time for them to work on it. So again, that might be, different ways of thinking about regulations, or it might be for those, that had a community outreach issue, and maybe it's more community outreach. It just depends on what the consideration was. And then only after that do we come together at a workshop for the proposal, to try to come to terms with those considerations and develop some kind of resolution. And then that would then result in a recommendation to OPAC. So saying those things, maybe that length of time between the fall OPAC meeting and the spring OPAC meeting, maybe that's not enough time.
It might not be, and that is something I think we need to consider. And other comments on this question? Kent.
Some of the considerations on some proposals may, I know the proposers put quite a bit of time into the responses to those considerations. as a first step, DLCD could go through and just tag, are some of them resolved? These are the ones that need to be talked through further, so that when a workshop does occur, it's focused on where the conversation really needs to be.
Yeah, I agree. I think that will help to set the boundaries of the conversation and of the remaining tasks on those sites. Okay, Marcus, why don't you flip us over back to the questions again? So this is kind of an open-ended one. Laurel, you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I was just going to say some of the issues were that there weren't all the necessary agencies at the table for the type of suggestions that were being made. So I don't know how we would address that in this iterative process.
So I think then we would need to include them in a workshop. There would need to be outreach and communication ahead of the workshop, maybe even direct communication between the proposer and that other additional agency. But we would want to identify and call those out as a part of the process of considerations that would need to be addressed. And I think that the most prominent one that we talked about was either the enforcement, so state police, and or the Marine Board for anchoring and distance from shore kind of regulations. So let's think about both 2 and 3 here together, actually. So an outcome of our further evaluation should be an OPAC consideration of the proposal and on its merits, in my opinion. What does this group think about public review and comment again, following a workshop or as a part of the workshop on these proposals? Tom.
I'm not sure about the necessary form, but if you're assuming that you have a proposal that's going to change in some fashion in response to concerns that were resolved, then it seems that you should also allow for some public input of some sort. And I don't know what the rules are going to require, but what seems clear is that none of the proposals that are under consideration, we use lots of different terms, needed further work or whatever. But what seems clear is that none of them are going to be exactly the same as they were before they went into the process. And therefore, those changes, interested parties should have an opportunity to comment on those changes in whatever form that takes. And I'll let you guys figure that out, but it seems obvious to me.
How does the group feel about actually allowing the proposal documents themselves to change to reflect the considerations? It seems to me like you wouldn't want to necessarily force a proposer to go back and do more work to tailor the proposal, but you want to have a clear communication about the conversation that occurred and a resolution. So you might want an addendum to the proposal, and that may be a way of handling the change and recognizing the additional work that has happened.
Yeah, got it, Andy. Maybe I made assumptions about what that process would look like. It seemed to me like, well, you heard what I thought. But I guess we'll see. And again, I think we've said this earlier that, each one is going to be different. And in some cases, it was like something could get resolved through interagency consultation or something. In another case, it might require some substantial changes. I don't know. But we should at least make room for there to be some way to vet that if it changed. How do people know that it changed or that issues got addressed?
Yeah, that's really what I was thinking about. If we are going to have an additional public review loop, we need to make it very clear that the proposal was changed in response to further evaluation, and it was changed in the X, Y, and Z regard, just to make it clear that that happened, and maybe there were elements of the proposal that were modified to accommodate another user group, and that alleviated concerns. So that's the kind of thing that I want to make sure that we do and do correctly. And communication again is key. So how we do that, I think we haven't necessarily figured out, but those are some good ideas to start with. Is maybe a cover letter and then an addendum that indicates that process occurred, and a summary of the workshop. Any other thoughts or comments on whether or not and what public kind of comment should look like? I've heard 60 days brought up a couple of times. Go ahead, Kent.
I think we need to think about too, the management recommendations are simply that, they're recommendations. If a proposal is if OPAC recommends a proposal, it still goes through implementation with a public process. So I'm not sure changes in it, if the public process would happen between the further evaluation workshop and OPAC, or whether those changes would be addressed in public comments in implementation. And that's not my expertise. So I just want to kind of throw it out there.
It's a good point, a fair point. You may have considerations identified that the group doesn't want to be flexible on, and you should still be allowed to potentially, propose those ideas and allow OPAC to consider them. We would certainly want to allow the groups that put the proposals forward to create and identify how things were changed or weren't, and rationale behind that. Okay, let's flip back to our questions again, and then see if so the final question here is whether or not we should be reconvening a working group to reconsider the revised or the proposals again after they would have this kind of interaction, the workshop, before being submitted to OPAC. And I think it's an open question. We didn't officially disband the working group, so we could have the working group be reconvened. They do have the kind of historical knowledge of the process, so I could see there being benefits. I could also see there being cons against pros or cons. So what does this group think about whether or not the kind of whatever comes out of a workshop is considered by the working group that started the pilot process? Jamie and then Tom.
Well, I hate to burden the group again, but I think that would be the most consistent way of addressing this process and helping getting it to the next level, to where we might need to use something like Kent suggested, a TEG.
if that's the course we go.
Okay, Tom?
Well, as you might imagine, I have mixed feelings about this question. You know, of course, I can see, as you said, Andy, and Jamie too, I see value in benefiting from that institutional memory, if you will. What I think would be pretty challenging would be to hand this off to some body or entity sort of fresh. Although there could be benefits to that too, you know, pair of fresh eyes. One thing we might consider is, you know, a reconvened working group with maybe some additional members. I think there are some empty seats right now. And if we really committed to a working group with members who were, let's just say, working group members who choose to continue, could continue, with a commitment to fill those seats with people that could bring some fresh perspectives. And then maybe you benefit, you get the sort of the best of both worlds, where you've got some institutional memory and some fresh eyes, taking a look at these things again, with, you know, with all the goals and objectives we've already identified. That off the top of my head, that seems like that could be a reasonable way to proceed.
Additional thoughts and comments, Kent?
I don't know where I sit on this, but another consideration is to whatever process comes out of this workshop, the revised evaluation process. This would be an opportunity to kind of road test that before it's rolled out to the whole public. So that's a consideration. And I guess I'm not sure if this workshop is held to resolve issues. Is that with the proposer and the working group and any interested public? In other words, if the issues get resolved at that workshop, it seems like it would be clear where the vote's going. If the issues do not get resolved, I'm not sure that the working group would need to revisit it again.
I think those are both good comments. And whether or not the kind of working group is convened to help be a part of that workshop, or whether or not it's kind of consulted with, or whether or not it performs a review function after. I think those are good questions, and I can see benefits and challenges to both. Okay. Dave or Laurel, I'm curious to know your thoughts about reconvening the working group to perform kind of a conclusion loop on the further evaluation sites.
Yeah, and I didn't want to, you know, being an agency person, I will be involved either way. So I didn't want to, you know, kind of impose my opinion on that. But I feel like, you know, the working group does have this institutional memory. And for the, you know, as Jamie said right up front, for consistency and, you know, full consideration, I feel like we should do the working group. And maybe as someone else, maybe it was Tom said, it's kind of, you know, the working group's been, you know, totally overworked, especially, you know, all the volunteer positions. So to, you know, kind of leave it open, you know, to not pressure them too much to be involved, but definitely open it up to them if they want to be.
And Laurel, do you have similar thoughts?
Yeah, I think there's definitely folks that are done with the working group that might not choose to participate. But again, we don't know that until they're asked, I suppose. And as agency staff, then I would be involved either way. So
Okay. Bear with me a moment. Tara Brock has just joined again, and I need to assign her to the room. There we go. Okay, well, let's flash back to our questions again for this breakout group. And I'll just allow you, we've kind of gone through each of these. Anything else that comes to mind? So we discussed, and for Tara's benefit, maybe I'll try and hit a high level recap. The task we've been given is to come up with a recommendation on how we're going to work through sites for further evaluation. We will be presenting that back to OPAC this fall, and then depending upon OPAC, they may either agree and allow us to move forward with the further evaluation, or they may actually just insist that we begin our process again with the kind of reconstituted proposal process. So we had discussions about the fact that the further evaluations would be limited to the considerations identified in the review. So that would kind of constitute the scope of kind of the remaining issues that we would want to address in a workshop. There may be some proposers that need to do additional work, and the community engagement or stakeholder engagement is one area that was kind of identified as a potential area of work that an entity might want to focus on before a workshop is held. There may be others. We would want to document kind of what comes out of that event with some way of allowing members of the public to review whatever the reconstituted proposal looks like. So we would want to potentially have an addendum to the proposal, maybe even a cover letter that identifies the places in which the original proposal was changed. We certainly don't want to require a proposal to be rewritten in its entirety, given the amount of work that may include. But I think we need to leave that option open to the proposers if they feel like it would be cleaner to provide us with a new proposal that has those modifications made. Then I feel like we would be open to accepting that. At the end of the day, the process would provide to OPAC with a perspective about those proposals. There was support for public review again, and we want to ensure that we have the time to do that. Given that we were talking about a time frame of a fall meeting of OPAC, kind of allowing this process to move forward, it was identified that maybe the spring 2022 OPAC meeting might not be enough time for that to happen. So I think we need to honor the needs if we are going to move forward, that the time would be allowed. So that could push out the proposals and the date that they may come back to OPAC. And there was, it seemed to be some agreement that the working group having an institutional knowledge of the proposals, that there would be value in them either participating in the workshop and or receiving the results of that workshop and reevaluating the sites under further evaluation ahead of kind of those sites being transmitted to OPAC. How did I do, group? Did I miss anything big? Okay, I'm seeing some thumbs up.
Thanks, Andy, for my benefit. I am sorry I was late coming back, but I see you had some notes there. I was trying to read them, but they're very tiny on the screen.
Yeah, let's go ahead and flip over to the notes. I think I did hit most of the high points. So
sounds like there's maybe not a lot of consensus about whether or not there's engagement from the Rocky Habitat Working Group again, and whether or not that happens before the next OPAC meeting. So
yeah, I got the sense that if it happens, it would happen after workshops or as a part of a workshop. So it really wouldn't be ahead of a fall OPAC meeting. It would occur in the winter or spring. But either way, we would need to have a communication loop with our proposers. That was one thing I forgot after the OPAC meeting, to indicate that if they so choose to participate in the further evaluation process, that this is what it would mean, and you know, try and set some timelines and expectations. Okay, I'm going to send a message. Marcus, why don't you flip back over to the questions? I'm going to see if the other group is ready to reconvene. And we can take a little mental break if we're ahead of them. If not, I'll go ahead and pull us all back together and we can proceed. So any last thoughts on these questions? I know it's been a long day and potentially a intellectual exercise to dip back into this world and re-engage. So I thank you all for being a part of it. Okay, the other group says they're almost there. And Jamie, you have a comment or question?
During the actual evaluation of those proposals before they were sent to OPAC, there was certainly discussion, lively discussion of the three-tier process, either approved in the consultation and not approved. Is that, I presume that's where we're continuing with this whole process?
Yes, that's correct. At OPAC, they heard and the recommendations of the agencies, which, you know, wanted to acknowledge the fact that you know, we were dealing with many challenges, and so the ideas and the sites that the group felt that there was merit, but yet they weren't, you know, kind of ready for recommendation. I think OPAC honored the agency recommendation and the fact that we as a working group actually, you know, conducted a process that could allow that to happen. And so that's why we're doing this. That's why we have put forward this idea. I think that there were a couple of sites that were really close that there wasn't much kind of remaining from a considerations perspective. And there were some sites that still needed some significant work. And I think we have kind of both ends of that range with this kind of list of 6 sites. And so I certainly will not promise that, you know, they're going to go through if they continue, but I think that there's a good chance that some or many might. And at the end of the day, I think when they and if they do go through, all of it's to the benefit of the state to have had a conversation about these places and to understand what our capacity is, what the issues are at the sites, and to be able to raise awareness of them. So I don't see any downside in continuing a conversation, because, you know, if the communities feel strongly enough about these ideas, they're going to continue to bring them back to us. And it's more efficient to have the conversation now than to stop the conversation and then restart it at some later time. All right, I'm gonna reconvene us all. I'll see you in the other room. All right, well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good discussion. I think our group did. Frank, you wanna take the floor and provide your thoughts and the group's kind of high-level summary? Oh, you're muted.
Thank you. Yeah, this may be a little scattered. I haven't had much time to look at my notes, but so under question number 1, we talked about the opportunity for the consultations to be a chance to test the new evaluation criteria versus continuing with the process that we had and seeing if we couldn't work out those via consultations with the agencies. There was a lot of conversation about that, and there were definitely 2 sides to the coin, and I don't think we resolved those conflicts entirely. They talked about adding a new designation, being a marine, instead of having just marine conservation areas, have marine stewardship areas as another designation. And then let's see here. Somebody mentioned, you know, if we take old proposals and submit them to the new criteria without rewriting them, that could be a problem. Several people suggested that they don't want to have to rewrite proposals to continue the process. So I think there's definitely a lot of questions about how that consultation should be performed and under what rules it should be performed. The question number 2, that most people thought that the end of the consultation process should be some sort of recommendation to OPAC, and that those consultations should focus on how to make those proposals successful. One of the members recommended that there be collaborative dialogue to get to those recommendations, and that proposers can't force agencies to change rules they don't agree with. So kind of the onus is on the proposers to see if they can modify their proposals acceptably. Question number 3, they thought it should go to further review if there were substantive changes made. And Charlie suggested that open meeting law probably requires this. So there needs to be public review to evaluate the considerations. Question number 4, everybody thought that it should already go, that following the consultation, it should go directly back to OPAC, that the working group was really disbanded, and that it should, if it's going to run through any process at all, it should run through the new process, the one that was submitted to us this morning by the group of 8 people. And someone else suggested that that new process is not set in stone. It's just some ideas and it needs review as well. So that might slow the whole process down. And that's really what we covered. Anything else from the group that I didn't mention?
Okay. Marcus, why don't you put up our notes? So our response to the first question, which is, really focused around how the expectations for coming out of a further evaluation process, was that, we need to allow time if there needs to be further engagement with communities, that can be a part of it. I did want to remind everyone that our charge from OPAC, and I did talk to our group about this, was to come back to them with a recommendation about how a further evaluation process would be conducted and carried out. And it really is up to OPAC to take our recommendations and either approve of that and allow work on these sites to continue in the way that we would describe it, or that they would tell us that they would prefer to have, these proposals come in fresh and be handled in whatever the revised process is. So we will be taking recommendations, packaging them together and presenting them to OPAC this fall. In the recognition that if they do approve of us continuing to do that, we need to have a communication loop back with our proposers with clear expectations about what that's going to mean. We do want to recognize the time that may be needed, while also not necessarily creating additional tasks, and that we really want to start from the considerations that were identified in the evaluations and have that be the scope of work that would be addressed in a workshop. It would be the proposer's choice whether or not they would like to continue in that further evaluation process. And it was identified and noted that honoring the fact that additional community engagement may be needed in some locations, dependent upon the considerations that were included in the evaluations, that the time between a fall and a spring OPAC may not be enough. But really the issues that would be focused on were those identified in that considerations and the evaluation of each site. The group did feel as a whole that if the proposal was changed in some way, that we would allow there to be documentation of that change. So that could come in the form of an addendum to a proposal and or a cover letter from the group indicating where those changes may have occurred, and the discussion or the dialogue that informed them, but that there would need to be another opportunity for public comment based upon those changes. There was a recognition that management recommendations are just recommendations. So we need to allow proposers to continue to, if they disagree, to have those ideas continue to be brought forward. Next slide, Marcus. The group thought that while the Rocky Habitat Working Group wasn't officially disbanded, that there could be value in the core of that group being reconvened. Obviously, it would be dependent upon members' willingness to serve, and or there could be new members appointed if we had kind of gaps in representation. And it could provide, both continuity and fresh perspective if that were the case. We had a discussion about whether or not that group would engage actually during a workshop or following the workshop. There could be pros and cons of either approach. But I think at the end of the day, our group felt like the knowledge about the process and the proposals to date and the familiarity of the working group with them, that there was some benefit in having the working group reconvene to reconsider what is being brought forward. So that's where those are the comments that our group had, and I will stop to see if anybody in our group wants to provide any additional comments or thoughts that I may have missed. So, Frank, at the end of the day, I think there's quite a diversity of opinion on our fourth breakout findings. And I think it will be valuable to have all of those. And I think at this time, I will switch us over to kind of a wrap-up summary of kind of what happens next, just in general, as a part of our broad TSP amendment process. So bear with me here as I get my screen share going. Okay, can you all see a slide with the big arrow and the amendment process next steps? Okay, thank you. So our next official step in this process will be an OPAC meeting at the end of September. It's been scheduled for the September 29th. Before that happens, we will work together with Frank. Frank and Sea Grant will actually be producing a workshop summary report of what we've heard today. DLCD staff will take the suggested revisions, the ideas, the input that we have received, and we will draft amendments, which will be put out as soon as we have them for public comment ahead of the OPAC meeting. And then OPAC will kind of convene, and we will present those findings to them at that meeting. It's important to note that while we are working on this portion of revisions to Section E and Appendix C, we are also continuing our consultative responsibilities with our tribal nations. There may be potential revisions to Part 3 that come from those consultations. But both of those would provide materials that OPAC will consider at the September meeting. The next step following that would be a briefing to the Land Conservation Development Commission, which is the public advisory body that oversees my department. They will receive a briefing on the OPAC recommendations and conduct a public hearing on the amendments that have been brought forward. And then sometime in the new year, they will consider adopting those rule amendments. And that would complete the Part 3 Terrace Sea Plan amendment exercise. Because of the fact that we are a federally approved coastal zone management program, we would then take the amended Part 3 and submit that to NOAA for adoption as an official state plan. That is the exercise that would then allow us to implement our statutory authority in federal consistency reviews. So that is a high-level summary of kind of the action items and events that will be coming to us. And now I think we have some time to talk about the kind of tasks that are in front of us and to be able to answer questions about them. And Dave, looks like you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I have a question on some of these on the LCDC meetings. So when you say the November meeting is a briefing on OPAC's recommendations, that's the recommendations that came from the spring OPAC meeting?
Well,
or spring and fall, or just fall?
It may be. The way that we have conducted the amendments to date, they have been kind of additive. So OPAC has approved of amendments all along the way. So there's a relatively limited set of recommended amendments. And I'm getting feedback from somebody. Moses or Marcus, can you see if you can help?
I think it might be from Dave, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. So I would envision if OPAC approves of the amendments to Section E and Appendix C, that we would be bringing as a package the entirety of Part 3 for a rule adoption.
But okay, so I guess my main question, let me rephrase the question. The 2 sites that are currently recommended by OPAC, those haven't been adopted by LCDC yet, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so those would be part of the briefing in November, along with a lot of other stuff, but those would be part of the briefing. And then those would go up for potential adoption, kind of with the rest of the pieces in January. Is the January one a certain date, or because you said sometime at the beginning of 2022?
It is not certain at this time.
Okay.
The order of operations is that OPAC has to make the recommended amendments. LCDC has to receive those, make findings that it's consistent with Goal 19 and the Territorial Sea Plan, and LCDC would need to adopt those same amendments. In the case that LCDC would make a different decision or didn't agree with what we provided to them, they could send recommended findings back to OPAC. So this is best case scenario. And so it may be January 2022, it may be later.
Oh, okay, yeah, that helps. The reason I'm asking these detailed questions on the timing is because of the next step for us after all this is Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission adoption of rules for implementing sites, and we anymore need around 8 months lead time, maybe even up to a year lead time to get something on our commission agenda now. And so we really wouldn't do that until we knew for certain that LCDC had adopted those. So I'm just trying to get that whole timing piece set in my head and realizing that it's all an approximation right now. So thanks.
Yeah. So Charlie had a question. So OPAC is meeting again in November. Charlie, the vision is OPAC is meeting in September at the end of the month. And then the recommendations are transmitted to LCDC, and they would be having a hearing, and we would brief the commission on OPAC's recommendation. So it's not an OPAC meeting in November. It's a briefing of OPAC's recommendations to my commission, which would happen this fall. Thanks, Tom, for having participated with us. Take care.
So Andy, just to clarify, then OPAC will not be making a decision on further evaluation stuff or making recommendations on that until next year, spring, is that what we decided? But will we be making recommendations in September around evaluation and the continuing further evaluation, for better terms?
Yes, so the way I think about it, Charlie, is we will have recommended amendments to Section E and Appendix C on the table at the September 29th meeting. That will be one decision point for the council. The second decision point is sites under further evaluation, and those sites would be brought forward to LCDC at some later point in time after OPAC receives them again in the following year. So those sites would be on a separate trajectory. But as intended in our agreed upon and kind of amended plan, those would roll into whatever the next maintenance proposal process. And again, we have to change that name so that it's, I think, more meaningful. But it would be kind of a rolling start to that endeavor.
Thanks. That makes sense.
Kent, yeah.
If the sites for further evaluation are on the docket for the September 29th meeting, do you envision the workshops happening before that meeting and resolving issues?
I do not envision the workshops happening before that. And again, that is because OPAC asked us to come back to them with recommendations on what that means. They wanted a little bit more clarification about what a site under further evaluation would go through. How would it have to follow the new process, which I'm not supportive of, because I want to basically be able to continue the conversation that has begun and come to completion on that if we can. So
Andy, can I ask another question?
Please do. Yeah.
Because this is kind of on the agency right now, is to produce a recommendation for OPAC out of this workshop about further evaluation. Everybody in this workshop's got something in their head, I'm sure. We've talked about that. Some of it's consistent, some of it's not. How confident are you that we will arrive at the other side of OPAC with very clear expectation and direction for further evaluation? Because I think that's kind of what we're all, hedging our bets on here. But we're making a big assumption that, I appreciate that we have a number of OPAC members here, but I know we have a number of OPAC members that are not here. And so I'm kind of curious about your thoughts on that, given you're going to be leading that effort and it's not going to be backed by a working group per se.
Yeah, Charlie, I think the onus is on us as staff to present a clear vision for what will happen next after hearing the comments that we've heard and after receiving the feedback that we've received on our survey. And I think part of what will happen at OPAC may be determined by the comments we receive about how good of a job we do on that task. So we do have a lot on our plates in the next month and a half or so. And we will do our best to honor the wishes and to amend the process in a way that's clear and will set us on a path forward to success. That's all the slides that I had for today. So Frank, do you have any action items or next steps that you've identified through today's workshop that you want to bring forward? If not, this is the time for us to answer any other clarifying questions, comments, and to and if we don't, then I can give you some time back on the rest of your day.
I don't have anything in depth, Andy, just an idea of where I'm going from here, and that's to compile all this information into something useful. So it's an easy job. So I'll be done with it next week, I'm sure. And so that I'll be working on that over the next few weeks and trying to make some headway on it, and I'll let you know when I've got stuff roughed out and see if I'm even headed in the right direction.
Okay, are there any other last comments or questions for the good of the order?
Well done, Andy and Frank.
Yeah,
well,
good job. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the effort you put into this and giving everybody the opportunity and time to kind of contribute to whatever our next steps are going to look like here. So I appreciate that. I also wanted to just thank everybody who put in their time on the ahead of this workshop on sort of the thinking through, sort of best case scenarios for proposals and how those are evaluated. And it means a lot to me that you guys kind of got together and really thought through that. And I know it means a lot to probably the agencies as well here.
Yeah, Charlie, I want to echo your comments. I thank everyone for their continued participation. It's obvious we're here because we care about the future of our nearshore Rocky ecosystems, and I'm hoping we can all work as a team to continue to make progress and make things better. So thank you all. With that, I will go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Take care.
See you all.
Right, thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
Everybody.
Yep.